PR Connections Radio presents this episode of the PR Connections podcast is brought to you by Classy Communications PR and Advertising. Classy Communications provides public relations and marketing solutions for businesses, professionals, and nonprofit organizations. They can deliver the true meaning of your business with press releases, social media marketing, web development, email marketing, book publishing, and much more. Wherever your potential clients are, they can help you connect with them. Visit classycommunications.net to learn more about their suite of services that can help your business stand out from the rest. Classy Communications is your solution for business success.
Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome to the New Year's Day Marathon here at prconnectionsradio.com, the voice of new media. My name is Guy Dawson. I'm the founder of prconnectionsradio.com and your host. And here we are back for another marathon. It has been many years now consecutively that we have been presenting these marathon events for all of you. Fantastic showcase of all the different podcasts that we have on our network. I'm always super enthusiastic and thrilled for the opportunity to be able to come on and showcase all of the wonderful shows that we have on our network. I hope you had an enjoyable New Year's Eve and that you're enjoying New Year's Day. I know there's lots of football. There's lots of other things that you could be doing today, but you chose to come and spend time with us. And so again, I look forward to having all of you as an audience as we explore many of the shows on our network. These marathon events are just outstanding opportunities, I feel, for you to connect with the personalities that are a part of prconnectionsradio.com. This is a platform that is extremely inclusive. We are all about showcasing different types of content. We have about 16 different podcasts on our network, and we're constantly adding new shows. We know that people have different tastes, different interests, and through the variety that we provide at prconnectionsradio.com, we are able to hopefully find something that will be of interest to you. And again, throughout the day, we're going to have so many of our different shows that will be coming through. We hope that you will continue to follow these shows beyond today because there's just some phenomenal podcasters on our network who provide tremendous value. By the way, I know you could be watching this stream on YouTube, or you could be watching it on Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitch. But did you know that these podcasts are also aired on many audio streaming platforms, including Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and many more. So please be on the lookout for these podcasts on audio streaming networks as well. Over the last year, which is when we launched the audio side of PR Connections, we've seen tremendous growth in the amount of people who are listening to downloads of our podcast all over the world. So again, hope you're enjoying your New Year's Day. And I'm going to start out this year with the PR Connections podcast itself. And this is the beginning point of this entire network. Started when I created this podcast back in 2011 on an AM radio station. And there's a very rich history behind PR Connections. I run a public relations and advertising company called Classy Communications, which is the official sponsor of the network. But we developed this show as a showcase for people in business and entertainment and other fields, just as a platform to be. I'm a journalist at heart more than anything else. And so being able to talk to people about the things that they do was really what the origin of what this the network was all about. And so we're going to get started today. I got a good friend of mine named Lucas Johnson. And Lucas Johnson is a journalist and an author, and he's actually the author of a very important book that's going to be coming out. It's in alignment with a movement that I am a part of, which is the Roots 50th celebration. Over the course of the next couple of years, we're going to be celebrating the year anniversary of publishing of the book Roots and the miniseries in 2027. However, Lucas has written a book related to Roots that we're going to talk about today, among other things, called Remembering Roots. And so journalist and author Lucas Johnson, welcome to the PR Connection Show.
Thanks for having me, man, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Lucas. Lucas and I actually met as a result of a client that I represent, which is Dr. Maya Haley. She is the widow of Alex Haley and collaborator actually on the book Roots. Lucas reached out to us as he was writing his book and wanted to connect with Dr. Haley to get some perspectives on her whole experience with Roots, and we just started working together. And I've just greatly appreciated, Lucas, your enthusiasm for the Roots platform and your professionalism. And I'm so looking forward to the journey that we are going on together. Lucas is also a part of a Roots 50 Council that we have. It's a group of people who are very committed to the ideology of Roots and all the things that we're going to be doing over the next couple of years. But yes, Lucas, it's been such a pleasure, my brother.
Thanks, man. I've enjoyed working with you guys, especially concerning the project that I'm working on and being able to just, add to that any way I can to Alex Haley's legacy.
So tell us about your background. As I had mentioned, you're a journalist. You have a multifaceted career. Tell us about the origins of your career in writing and journalism.
I was fortunate in that right after college, I was able to get a job with the Associated Press. And I stayed there 24 years, covering everything from politics to religion, education, healthcare, but mostly politics. I covered the Tennessee legislature for 10 years. And after, again, about 24 years, I wanted to do something a little different. The things that start to change in the news industry. And so I decided to go into higher education, but I wanted to continue to kind of write and promote in a way. And so there was a position at Tennessee State University where I could be director of media relations. And so I did that for about 6.5 years and left there. And now I'm at Vanderbilt, where I'm still promoting research, and as well as the faculty and the students and alums, kind of what I was doing at TSU, but on a smaller scale.
And as I mentioned, the journalistic spirit, Lucas, you talked about writing for AP. Being a journalist from your perspective means what?
Just covering really both sides. Depending on what the story is about, but getting things right. One of the things that I really loved about the Associated Press was the accuracy. And to this day, it's still one of those media outlets that you go to if you want to get the news. One of the mottos is just the facts. And AP has been, it's been around over 200 years. So it still is one of those organizations that, really gets the news what it should be. It's not sensationalized. It's again the facts. And so I really respected that. And I learned from covering so many stories and on various topics, just being able to, and just meeting some incredible people, just improving as a storyteller. And so that really helped me when I decided to really kind of branch out and write a book. And so my first book was called Finding the Good, which was actually a book about Alex Haley's childhood friend, someone that I met while I was writing a story for the Associated Press about the Alex Haley Museum. At the time, this man, Fred Montgomery, was the overseer, the sightseer of the Alex Haley Museum, but also he was the mayor of Henning, Tennessee, the first Black mayor of Henning, Tennessee. And so that kind of became the hook for the story. But as we got to know each other, he shared with me that Alex Haley had planned to write a book about him. But of course, Alex Haley died before getting started. So he asked me if I would complete the work. And he pulled out these audio tapes that he had in the safe where Alex Haley had interviewed him. And so I told him, let me think about it. And I got back to him and said, yeah, I'll do it. And I would like to write it from my perspective, since I'd done extensive interviews with him. And he was, fine with that. And so the book ended up being Finding the Good, taken from one of Alex Haley's famous sayings, find the good and praise it. And the book came out in 2004. And so that was my first book. And so that's why now you mentioned Remembering Roots is kind of like a continuation of that, just again, continuing the legacy of Alex Haley.
What is it about Alex Haley and the Roots platform that obviously is really, I mean, we know how relevant it was, how huge it's been. Is
Mhm.
there something specific about the work that he did on that book, or Alex Haley in general, that has attracted you to want to work on projects related to him?
I think like so many people, I saw the miniseries before reading the book. And so it was just like, as like hundreds of millions of people, millions of people saw that miniseries back in January when it aired, January of 1977. And so there are just scenes in that just stayed with me. Of course, the scene where Kunta is whipped, but when he's cut down and that scene where he's being caressed by Fittler, who was kind of like this father figure to him. And it just really just kind of showed the relationship between the older black man and the young black man and how we can be mentors to young people, to young black men to help them succeed, in this crazy world. And so in particular, that kind of stuck with me. And of course there are other scenes, but it's just really hard to put into words, even though I am a writer, but it's just that um like so many people, it's just Roots in its entirety just stay with me, man. And then as I got to know Alex Haley more from Mr. Montgomery and him sharing their stories growing up together, and the Jim Crow era, and just in the Deep South and the racism they face, but they overcame, and it just made me even more want to talk about our ancestors and how they overcame, and going back to the Middle Passage, that long boat ride over, and how so many millions didn't make it, but there are those that did, and you and I are descendants of those that did. And I think that's incredible when you think about it, and something to take pride in.
And of course, you being from Tennessee and Alex Haley being a really a huge figure in that state, I guess that would also have a special meaning for you. The fact that you actually live in the state where his childhood home is and where he's actually buried. Maybe you could speak to the importance of that.
Yeah, I'm from Memphis, and Henning, Tennessee is about 30 miles from Memphis. And so, yeah, Alex Haley, I think a lot of people don't realize this, but he's buried in the front yard of the Alex Haley Museum, which is now the Alex Haley Museum and Interpretive Center. Several years ago, it expanded to this really nice center that has more like memorabilia, more of a modern type of facility for, coming to look at the history of Alex Haley and of Roots. But I think, yes, that when I found that out too, that was even more significant, to know that, not only is I'm doing this story about this man, but he's like buried right here, and that just adds something to it even more. Um, but yes, and I encourage people. Of course, you got the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, but I tell people, if you go to that, you definitely, if you have time, you want to go just 30 miles. It's not far. It's actually kind of scenic along the way, but visit Henning, Tennessee, and visit the Alex Haley Museum.
And when you're preparing to write a book, Lucas, as you mentioned, you had already done a book related to Alex Haley in the past. And with this 50-year anniversary coming, you decided that you wanted to start researching and preparing to write the book, Remembering Roots. What is the process as an author that you go through as you prepare to put something like Remembering Roots together?
Number one, just being passionate about the subject matter. But I felt the best way to write this book, because it's the 50th anniversary, and I know that there's so many perspectives out there, people that have something to say. I thought I would comprise the book of commentary from various people from different walks of life, theologians, educators, um, genealogists, most of all, politicians, students. Their voices are in this book. And um, I have so far received some really good feedback from endorsements that I've got from the book, from people, scholars who've actually read it, that made me feel really good, kind of validated, the work. but also just shows again the respect for Alex Haley and for Roots overall. And so I was excited to get the comments from people like LeVar Burton, Ben Vereen, some of the original cast members in Roots who are still alive. And then, of course, others that are, still celebrities who have in some way been connected to something that Alex Haley has written, like Blair Underwood, who was in the film Mama Flora's Family, and others. So I just really enjoyed most of all, just seeing the different perspectives that people, again, from regardless, like Republicans and Democrats, when it came to political um, commentary, because actually the Tennessee legislature in 2024 passed a bill that made Roots an official state book. Granted, it was along with 9 other books, but still, considering where you have banning going on concerning slavery, here's a book in a conservative state and lawmakers make it an official state book, which I thought spoke a lot. And that was also part of the impetus for wanting to do this project as well.
Right, to continue the relevance of the book, right,
Yeah.
Lucas, and the significance of it. I mean, states don't go around making books official
Mhm.
for that particular state unless they see a real significance in the
Yeah.
book that was written. And so, yes, I think, again, that speaks a lot to the power of Roots, Lucas, is the fact that Tennessee has essentially put its stamp of approval on it and wants it to be something, the principles, the book itself, to be something that the children in their educational system read.
Yeah. And even more, I think it just shows the relevance, as you stated, the significance of Roots still today. We're talking about 50 years later, and Roots is still a part of people's conversations, people's memory. And the fact that the legislature did that means that it's something that future generations or the current generation, young people, brings it to light even more. And then you have the things that are going on with DEI and other dialbacks, in essence, um, an effort to erase our history. Well, Roots celebrates that history. And I think at this time, that's even more of a reason to recognize what our ancestors did because we're standing on their shoulders.
And you talked before about being able to connect with people who were significant figures in Roots, Lucas, specifically actors such as LeVar Burton and Ben
Mhm.
Vereen and others, Blair Underwood, who are a part of the legacy of Roots, which includes other books and films beyond just Roots, by the way. There's a long list of people, huge actors in Hollywood who have participated in various Roots movies, including The Next Generation and Queen and the remake of it. So connecting with people like that and getting their perspectives, I guess, one of the things that I'm learning being a part of this movement, Lucas, is that everyone has a story about the way that Roots impacted their lives. So
Mhm.
I would imagine with you reaching out to all of these people, of course, they actually appeared in cinematic versions of it, but everyone's got a story related to Roots.
Yeah, the one in particular that I really like is I was fortunate to talk with Mark Wolper, who is the son of David Wolper, who was the main producer of Roots. And of course, David Wolper is now deceased, but his son is kind of continuing his legacy. But he was saying how when after Roots, people kept coming to him asking, well, are you going to do a remake? And he was like, how can I do that when Roots is as great as it was? It's like, you don't do remakes of something that great. But he said it wasn't until he had his children to watch it, and that his oldest son, after watching Roots, came to him and said, well, he asked his son, what do you think about it? And his son was like, Dad, it's like your music. Like, I know you like rock and roll, but I just don't really identify with rock and roll. And he said it was at that point where he realized he needed to maybe go ahead and remake Roots so that a younger generation or a new generation can relate to it. And that's what he did in 2016. And in that, you had individuals like Forrest Whitaker and Lawrence Fishburne, who actually played Alex Haley in that to be part of that. And I think LeVar Burton was an executive producer on that one as well. But I thought that was really interviewing. That was really interesting for him to share that.
Right. And again, having the opportunity now, Lucas, because I'm so personally engaged in this project, listening to Roots again. I mean, I watched it for the first time and I was
Mhm.
only 6.5 years old. I'm sure you were very young at that time back in the
Yes.
70s.
Yeah.
And I knew it was something that was important, but I only knew what I could gather from a 6-year-old perspective at that time. And it's just amazing so many years later to be an adult and to just be participating in a project like this. I know how important this is to you. And again, I just so appreciate you being a part of what we're working on here. And by the way, when a person reads Remembering Roots, what's the biggest takeaway that you want them to have?
That Alex Haley, going back, he talked about, when I looked at some of the stories that he wrote, he was a writer for Reader's Digest who really funded a large part of his research to go back to Gambia, where he discovered, his ancestors. But he talked about the number of people, particularly white people, after Roos came out, that came to him and said, "Thank you for writing this. Thank you for not making me feel guilty." He said, they said, "I have a whole nother respect for African culture, for and a better understanding of Black people." I think the operative word in there is understanding.
Mhm.
And considering the divide that we have now in our nation, I wanted to, and I write about it in my afterword in the book, about ways that we can find better ways to communicate together. We might not always agree, but how can we communicate better? And so Alex Haley was about that, about talking to one another, and also how family unifies us all, and how through our ancestors, regardless of whether they were white, Black, um, Hispanic, we all have ancestors who helped shape us to the people that we are today. And that ultimately, and Alex Haley, he wrote in one of his writings, we're part of the human race.
Mhm.
I know that probably sounds simplified, but it is so true. We are all part really of the human race. When you look underneath us, and esteemed scholar Henry Louis Gates has said this many times, that we're 99.9% the same at the genome under the skin. And I think if we sometimes just reflect on that, maybe we will be able to look at each other differently, not just as he's a Democrat, he's a Republican, she's white, he's Black, but that we're human beings and we need to find a way to coexist.
One of the things that Dr. Haley talks about so much that relates to that, Lucas, is that Alex Haley looked at the Roots Project as a salad and that
Mhm.
there needed to be a lot of different ingredients to make it happen, which includes when you look at the cast of the miniseries Roots. I mean, it truly is an American story.
Mhm.
I think that this is something that's sometimes overlooked until you watch it and you really, or read it, and you really understand the inner workings, what the story, what the type of story that Alex was trying to tell was definitely an all-inclusive story.
Yeah.
Was not meant to make white people feel guilty because of
Mm.
slavery. It was just a depiction of what actually happened. And so I that's a great point that you brought up about how inclusive the story of Roots truly is. And this is what we want to get out to everyone as we embark on this incredible journey over these next couple of years, sharing the story of Roots with people.
And the other thing to add to that too is that we shouldn't forget about what happened, because that terrible period is part of American history, and we should learn from that. Not try to erase it, not try to hide it, just like you don't hide the Holocaust. I mean, it happened, and you learn from that so those things don't happen again. But they're part of American history. And so, you still want to be able to tell that, and future generations still should know that. And people that I talk to that provide the commentary, they really still say to this day, 50 years later, there's nothing that provides a clearer, complete vision or complete narrative, if you will, about slavery, about the abduction of Africans, but then how they had to transition or was forced to transition in America and adapt, than Roots. It still is a great educational tool. And that's what I talk about too in the book. When I talk to, for instance, there's one woman, Professor Giles in University UT Martin, who has a curriculum around roots. And there are others that have similar things, but hers really is focused mainly on roots. And she has students to watch the episodes. And after each episode, they write an essay about it. We're talking about Black and white students. And actually, one of the white students I talked to was really, really moved, probably even more so than some of the others in the class, about what he saw. And it was just eye-opening. And again, an example of how roots can be used as an educational tool and not to ostracize anybody or make anybody feel guilty.
Right. It's just, again, a great story that was told, and it just has a worldwide impact. And as I mentioned, Lucas, I'm so grateful to be going on this journey with you and promoting your book. Again, I'm really looking forward to holding that book in my hand, because I know that you have invested a lot in the development of it, and I think it's going to be such a great partner along with all the other things that we're going to be doing over these next couple of years. And I wish you nothing but success. How can people get a hold of you, by the way? Lucas, I'm sure you are someone who, of course, would be willing to talk. You're a speaker, you're eloquent, as you've shown in this interview here. If people wanted to connect with you for other interviews or to learn more about the book that you're going to be releasing soon, how can they get a hold of you?
I'm on LinkedIn, but also, and I can just say now my email, because I'm working to improve my social media platforms. But if anyone wanted to reach me directly, Lucas Lee 1969 at Gmail. So that's LUCASLEE 1969 at Gmail. But I love to hear from anybody that had any questions about the book, because that was one of the coolest things, like finding out about Ma Haley and her, Dr. Haley, and her involvement with Roots. A lot of people don't know that. So I was really honored to be able to mention that in my book. But yeah, and thank you, man, for all that you do, and for even your energy and Road to Roots, which I think is fantastic. And I think it's really one way to definitely continue the legacy of Alex Haley.
Yeah, we're going to be going on a phenomenal journey together, Lucas, with the whole world. We've got a tour developed, just so many different elements related to this, potentially going to Gambia, the village of Jufure as part of the celebration. And again, Lucas, just keep up the amazing work. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your investment in the carrying forward of this story.
Thank you, man.
All right. Well, that concludes the PR Connections show here in the PR Connections Marathon at prconnectionsradio.com, the voice of new media. We've got a lot of great shows that are going to be airing throughout the day. Next, I want to bring on my good friend, Davin Sunvik, with The Real Deal podcast. Mr. Davin Sunvik, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Guy. Thanks for having me on.
The Real Deal podcast is one of the newest shows on the network. Of course, many of you might recognize Davin Sunvik. He was a part of one of the earliest shows that we had at PR Connections Radio, The Love of Business. And it's been great, Davin, to watch you evolve as a podcaster from the time that I first approached you and Edgar a couple of years ago, and asked you if you'd come over and do this podcast. And here you are, you're a rock star now. You have your own podcast on the network. How are things going?
Things are going well, Guy. Things are going real well. And excited for 2026, to see what comes out of it,
Yes, and you have a real gift for educating people about real estate. And where do you think you got this gift, Davin? I mean, I've had many conversations with you related to the real estate industry, and I always learn a lot. Was it your parents? Was it your curiosity? What made you become so entrenched in real estate?
A little combination of both. I would say I'm naturally inclined to anything that's sustainability focused. And I know that might not sound necessarily real estate direct, but if you think about it, everything that we enjoy in society, right, either comes out of the ground because it's been mined out of the ground, it grows on the ground, it's been built on the ground. I mean, a lot of people think of their business and they're like, oh, my business online, it doesn't require any real estate. But what about all those cloud servers that process all the data that you use for your business? That exists somewhere on a piece of dirt, right? Then, yeah, in my upbringing, my family were very heavily invested into real estate. And when I was younger, I saw, the sacrifices they made in order to own rental properties and things like that. But then as, I got older, I really got to see, wow, like this really pays off in the long run. And it's a really good long-term play. And so I felt very inspired to just share with people that knowledge and show them that you can live a better life, than maybe what, and oftentimes what I find is schools don't even teach financial literacy. So even if you go out and pursue your own understanding of financial literacy, oftentimes I think people really underestimate how powerful owning real estate really can be on your budget.
Well, I know I'm really enjoying the education I'm receiving by tuning into your show, Davin, and I'm going to exit stage left so that you can share some more great information with our audience. The Real Deal Podcast with Davin Sundvik. I will see you all soon.
Thanks, Guy. All right, so let's just jump right into today's topic. A lot of people, they're building their New Year's resolutions, and in my opinion, if you are not building a financial plan that is going to support those decisions, then you're essentially missing out, right? So essentially, a lot of our finances come from our big six universal priorities that every single human being has, right? And so I'm not going to go into that specifically today, but everybody, if you do not have the financial backing to accomplish your goals, you're never going to get to where you want to be. So finances are just a part. They're not the most important thing about your life, but they are a critical role in determining whether or not you're going to go where you want to go. And so what I want to talk about is when you're building a budget, you obviously have to always focus on needs versus wants, right? You always put the needs first. What's mission critical in order for you to accomplish what you need to accomplish this year? But also, I think as I did my budget this morning, what I noticed was there's a lot of these, what I call unseen expenses, right? They're costs of living, but there's not necessarily a monthly payment that you have to pay. And I think these are the trickiest areas of our lives to budget for, because if you look back on your budget, you might have spent a lot more on wants than what you thought you would have spent on. And you might have had a lot of these unexpected expenses come up, but they're actually fairly predictable. These are things that a responsible person plans for, so that way they don't have any hiccups and they can budget appropriately for what their wants should be. I think most people are probably way overspending on their wants. And if you listen to the end of this 30-minute podcast, you might be a little bit angry with me that you might have to change your lifestyle to truly be responsible. But if that's what you want to be financially responsible. Let's jump into the first one. If you're a homeowner, home repairs are something that you generally respond to as an emergency situation, but they're fairly predictable. Oftentimes around 1% of your home's value should be allocated towards home repairs. And if you find at the end of the year that you don't use that cash, you should kind of look around your home and see, hey, is there anything that I can use that cash for that would make my life just a little bit better? Generally speaking, on home repairs, you get at least 50% or more of that money back anyway in terms of your home equity. So let's just say, your redoing your cabinets. It's going to cost you $4,000 to put in a new set of kitchen cabinets. Generally speaking, that's going to increase your home's value by about $2,000. So think to yourself, do I really want the nice cabinets, right? And if it's only going to really cost you $2,000, that's what you should be looking at it as your true cost to do this. Obviously, you need the cash to be able to finance that endeavor, but there's nothing wrong with living in a nice home. But that's something that we should absolutely be budgeting for as homeowners. As renters, you need to be budgeting your next down payment. Owning a home is one of those financial freedom tools. I mean, if you don't own a home, if you want to look at how much you have to have invested into retirement products like the stock market, whether you're investing in life insurance, some kind of a guaranteed product that's going to, like a bond. If you want to see how much you need to invest into that and to pay your future rent, I remember when I was a kid, in the early 2000s, rent was probably going for like $1,200 a month. Now for the same home, it's probably double that. And I imagine that when you're getting ready to retire, if you're in your, early 30s, late 20s, maybe even early 40s, by the time you retire, it's probably not unlikely that rent's going to be double whatever you're paying today. And your needs are usually going to increase over time. Unless you have kids, then when you're an empty nester, your needs will actually decrease. But that's not everybody. The next thing I want to talk about is groceries. Groceries are actually one of the most flexible areas of our budget. There's a lot of ways that we can decrease our grocery budget, but you should always look for your family size and budget the maximum amount for groceries, because you're not just going to be buying food at the grocery store. You're also going to be buying your cleaning products and other things like that to keep your home sanitary. So make sure you budget the maximum, and anything that you save off that is just gravy. Next thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at vehicles. Vehicles, you have to budget for two main things that I think are considered unseen expenses, and that is your maintenance and depreciation. So maintenance kind of goes back to home repair, right? It's one of those things where people mainly complain about it when it comes up, but it's somewhat predictable. Roughly 20% of your vehicle's value, if you have a used vehicle that's over 10 years old, is generally a really good starting point for a maintenance budget. If you have a newer car, maybe you can get away with 5 to 10%, but don't think that owning a new car is necessarily better, because on a new car, your depreciation is much higher, typically around 15 to 25% of the vehicle's value in the first year. In subsequent years after that, typically 10 to 15% of your vehicle's value, versus depreciation on a used vehicle over 10 years old is typically only about 5 to 10%. So you're always going to be trading off maintenance and depreciation, and it's always going to be more expensive in total on a new vehicle. It will never, ever be cheaper. In very rare circumstances, is it more expensive to drive a used vehicle than it is to drive a new vehicle. So just keep in mind, you're probably not the exception to the rule, but maybe you are. So depreciation is one of those areas in your budget that you should be budgeting for. You should be putting cash into an account. I like the envelope system. My wife and I are actually going to do the envelope system this year. And what that means is you take cash out of your pocket every single month and you put it into an envelope, and you put it into a safe or something where you can't see it. You can't see it in your bank account. And so it's not tempting for you to spend it. And if you do a year like this, it can actually put you ahead financially really, really well. A year or two of financial discipline can lead to a life of financial enjoyment if you can really save up the cash on these things. The next area I want to talk about is truly an unseen expense. I mean, it's one of those things you might look back on the previous year, maybe the previous 2 years, and you might have zero of these expenses, or almost zero of these expenses compared to what it could be. And that is your insurance out-of-pocket deductibles, right? So your maximum out of pocket, whatever you want to call it, your deductible, your maximum out of pocket, it's all lumped into the same thing, right? So let's just say you don't have the best health insurance, right? You chose a cheaper plan instead of a more expensive plan, and you could have had maybe a $7,500 deductible, but now you chose the $15,000 deductible for your medical insurance plan, right? Or out-of-pocket max. And so because you want to save monthly on your health insurance. Yes, you still have to pay for that health insurance. That is an obvious expense. But the unseen expense is what happens if you do have a medical emergency? Would a responsible person not plan to replace that cash in their account? I would say no, right? A responsible person would plan to replace that cash in their budget. And so you have to add your out-of-pocket expenses as something that you could replace in 1 year. You have to be able to replace that in a year, because what if multiple emergencies happen 2 years in a row for the exact same kind of thing? It might sound crazy, but I had 2 different vehicle emergencies back to back in 2 different years, right? I haven't had any other vehicle instances since then, but it does happen where sometimes you have 2 different years, in a row where you have to make a claim on your car insurance or your health insurance or your homeowner's insurance. And so those are kind of the next 3 areas that you can plan for and really make sure that your budget is on point. So what do you do if you've already saved up this cash, right? So let's just say you've got all your out-of-pocket deductibles saved up in cash. You've got home repair money in cash already ready to go. You don't need to save up for it. You already have this money in cash. What do you do if you're not going to do a home repair this year? You say, you know what, I already have the cash in the account. I already have, let's just say your house is worth $400,000. I already have $4,000 set aside specifically in case a home repair comes up. I look around my house and I say, my house is in good working order, so I'm not going to plan for any specific repair today, as in you're not going to withdraw from that $4,000 budget that you've set aside. What if you're not going to, what if you haven't had any medical emergencies in the last year? So all of your accounts are doing well. Well, then you get to take all of that money and you get to spend it on things that you enjoy. It's really important that you reward yourself after you've filled up all of the things that your needs are, right? Because if you filled up your needs, then you're just overflowing from the excess in your financial accounts, right? And this is really important to do. It's a really important habit, because what most people do, right, is they stick a knife in their water bottle or their cup, or they drill a hole in their cup. And the minute that, they have just barely enough to survive, they immediately start dipping into their wants, and they have to pour water into that cup faster than whatever that hole is, which is whatever you desire, whatever your wants are. And that's the only way your cup is ever going to get full. Another unseen aspect about our budget is oftentimes our retirement plans. Now, there's a wide variety of ways to retire. This video isn't specifically about retirement, but the later you start, the more expensive that is. If you were to start, let's just say in your 40s, it might require somewhere around $2,000 to $4,000 per month put into some kind of financial retirement to even have a chance at retiring if you're a renter. If you're a homeowner, might be slightly less, or possibly significantly less, but even such, it's a huge portion of your budget if you start late in life. If you start early, maybe you take advantage of your company's 401k match. Maybe you get a pension because you're a government employee, and that's part of your contract or your system. That's great. But we also need to be putting money away for retirement too. Once all of these needs are met, you can really enjoy life responsibly in a way where you can sleep good at night. You don't have to worry about finances, right? But if you're always spending money on things that you want before these needs are met, if you don't pursue the habit of delayed gratification, you're always going to be chasing the hamster wheel. You're always going to be comparing yourself to the person next door and saying, man, why doesn't my car look as nice as theirs, right? Why doesn't, this look like that? Why do they have money for this? And why are they going out to eat at the fanciest restaurants and I'm not, right? At the end of the day, if you have all of these needs met for a family of 3, right? So like I said, I budgeted for my family for this year, based on our out-of-pocket maximums, our current healthcare plans and things like that. My home, we live in a 4-bedroom home. It's not particularly huge. It's a, fairly medium-sized house, very close to the average expense here in Las Vegas. And it requires, because you got to pay taxes too. That's another thing that you got to consider. It requires about $90,000 worth of income to reasonably and responsibly fit all of my family's needs in. Now, could we do it on less? Yeah, you can, just hope and pray that you don't have a medical emergency. You can hope and pray that you don't get into a car accident, right? You can hope and pray that your house doesn't catch on fire. But that's not an actual financial plan, right? So that's something to consider when you're building your financial plan, is how can you replace some of these unforeseen expenses, and they're budgetable. Like you can look at your healthcare provider and see what your out-of-pocket maximum is. These are things that you can actually look at. They're hard numbers, but most people, and I tell you this from experience, I deal with a lot of clients, right? And so people are trying to save up for their home, and you look at their, you say, hey, like, do you want help looking through your credit card statement? Like, what's going on here? They're like, well, I was trying to save up money for a down payment, but I had a medical emergency, and it cost me $2,000. And then you think to yourself, well, obviously people don't know that these things are to actually be planned for. Another thing to consider is the median wage in, at least where I live in Las Vegas, compared to the cost of living. The median wage probably will not allow you to live truly, in my opinion, truly responsibly. You will have to make more than the average person in order to be financially secure. And that's just a fact of life. Unless you're, maybe you don't have kids, maybe you live with roommates. There's a couple other frugal things that you can do. And if you're just a single person living on your own, yeah, maybe you can earn a median wage and live fairly comfortably and responsibly. But the minute you got kids and a wife and all that kind of stuff, it's going to require a significant amount of income, because I just know that, like, for example, our medical plan, it doubles once you have kids. It's really, really expensive for us. Hopefully we can get that cost down, by shopping around, getting better insurance one day. But for now, with the best plan that was available for our family, it's not cheap. So it's one of those really, really big expenses is medical care and health care. Another thing that I see when people are in financial stress is I see a lot of this desperation type spending, right? They're so stressed out, they don't really know what to do. They kind of start to season some of their personal habits, right? And so they might stop working out. Remember what I said, finances is just one of those 6 universal needs that every single human being needs, right? Every person needs exercise for their body to maintain all the things that it does. Without exercise, you have medical consequences that flow downstream from that. And some people have more, just through their genetics, family history, they're more prone to medical illnesses, even if they do everything right. So that's something to also consider. So when people stop doing the things that they need to do for themselves, they start spending extra money. Going out to eat is one of those big ones that I see when people are in financial stress or financial desperation. They might take on a second job and, to make ends meet. But then because they don't have enough time on their hands, they're eating out a lot more. They're not keeping track of all they're eating out. They waste a lot of food. Like, they'll eat half of it, and then the other half will sit in the fridge for 2 weeks and go get moldy and nasty, and then it goes bad. I mean, I see quite a lot of different financial situations among people, and there's this frantic behavior that happens when people are in a budget deficit. So a budget deficit is simply meaning the cash demands of their finances, right? The amount of cash it requires for them to live for that month or for that year exceeds what they can bring in, right? And so cash flow is a really important part of budget. We talked earlier about an unseen expense, which is home repair. Home repair is kind of nice because, like I said, your equity does go up when you spend that money, right? So you're kind of you're spending the cash, but it's not hurting your net worth as much as it might look on paper, right? But you still do need the actual cash in your account in order to be able to do that transaction. That's what happens to people who don't actually have the cash, is they get really desperate. They start doing more desperate things. They start spending money in ways that are, in my opinion, unnecessary. And the next thing that'll happen is, when you're not taking care of yourself physically, when you're eating out instead of cooking at home, or eating home cooked meals, or eating from the grocery store, the next thing that'll happen, if people aren't budgeting appropriately, they start getting into a situation where they're cash flow negative, is they start spending money on luxuries to look and feel like they're financially okay. So it's really a weird concept for someone like me who's very frugal. Maybe you're watching this, maybe you're also a really frugal person. So you might think to yourself, man, why am I not further ahead financially? Like, why does my neighbor have these things that I don't have? They might be very financially successful. They might be able to truly afford some of the luxuries of life. Maybe they had a head start, and I wouldn't worry about that if that's the case. But if you see somebody that is stressed out, like they are, unable to essentially make ends meet, but they have really, really brand new clothes all the time. They've got like the best bag on the planet, right? Like they always have a new car, right? Like every 2 to 3 years, they're always driving a new car, but they are stressed out financially, and they can't get ahead, or they're always worried about money. That's like one of the next things that people do, is they'll buy luxuries that they don't need so that they can feel like they're financially successful. And that's another thing, in my opinion, that just kills people's budgets, especially when they're saving up for a down payment. So you want to definitely avoid those three negatives, right? So a couple of things that you can do that are really positive. If you look at your budget and you say, wow, in order to be financially responsible, in order for me to save up all the cash that I need to save, to plan for those unforeseen emergencies, to plan for the fact that my vehicle is going to need maintenance, the fact that my vehicle is going down in value and I'll need to replace that vehicle one day. When you plan for all those things, if you say, wow, that is greater than the amount of money that I'm bringing in on my income, couple of things that I want you to do. And that is, first of all, to identify the truly expected things that you're gonna have to pay for. As long as your income is greater than that, just start putting cash away until you have enough cash in a bank account somewhere, like in a savings account that you don't touch, enough to handle those emergencies. That might take you, if you're a low income person, might take you 2 to 3 years of financial discipline to do that. The next thing that I want you to do is to write down a list of 10 things that you can do with your time that benefit you directly, that can save you money, right? And so oftentimes these are things just around the house, right? So cleaning is one of those top things on the list. Cleaning is practically free. Most cleaners at the home, like if you go buy like just an all-purpose cleaner, it's like $10. So cleaning around your home takes up your time, distracts you. You're not spending time doing something that's unproductive. You're doing something for you that's benefiting your life. The next thing is cooking. Everybody can learn a new recipe like once a week. Everybody has that kind of time. If you're working 40, 45, 50 hours a week, you still have time to learn one new recipe a week. I think home cooking, in my opinion, is one of those best ways to save money. I think there's probably one of the best things for your buck is doing your own home cooking, doing your own home cleaning. Those are really good ways to spend time, really good for your mental health, really good for your long-term just budget in total. But you can, if you get a whole list of 10 things that you can do, next time you're bored and you want to flip on Netflix, or you want to just scroll on your phone, or you want to do something that's unproductive, it's not helping you out. Or maybe you're staying up late at night, you're just obsessing over some work project, and you want to take a break for an hour and come back to that project. If you have that list ready to go and you can just simply look at that list, pick something on that list, do something for an hour that's going to benefit your life, and then you go back to that work project, or you go back to watching Netflix, or you go back to doing something that might be taking away from your home life, I think you'll be surprised how much progress you'll make in a year towards saving up for some of those really big financial goals. Like I said, saving up for down payment if you're a renter, really big deal. Saving up for those unforeseen expenses and making sure you have extra cash in your account. Catching up on your retirement goals. If you want to retire early and you're a young person watching this, you're going to have to put as much money away as somebody who's trying to retire in their later years. If you want to retire early, if you want to retire on time at 62, you got time. You don't have to put a lot of money away into retirement for it to make a big deal. But you should always consider home ownership, especially as a young person. A lot of young people are not considering home ownership right now due to the rising costs. And I get that. But if you want to do a financial plan where we look at, hey, what is the anticipated cost of renting over your lifetime, the anticipated cost of owning a home over your lifetime, that's something that we can do. It's something that I have a calculator for. It's fairly accurate, and it's going to show you the realistic numbers. It pulls in property taxes, it pulls homeowners insurance, maintenance, repairs, all kinds of different ways of financing properties that could possibly cost you more or even save you money, depending on which direction you choose for financing. So quite an extensive calculator. Coming up to the end of my time here, but I do look forward to you guys and myself being financially successful in 2026. Hopefully you learned at least something and you got at least a couple of tips that are going to help you and have a financial edge.
Very practical information that you provided today, David. It made me reconsider a lot of my own habits. Very thought-provoking. Some of the things that you recommended, I think, are just outstanding tools in order to build a better future. Now, so much that you talk about, David, again, is very practical information, but it's also about how are you going to position yourself for the later years of your life? And you being a very young man and having a lot of years before you're in the later years of your life, I can really appreciate the foresight that you have. And I just hope that all of you out there will take heed to some of the things that Davin suggested, how to be more frugal, how to be more conscious of the way that you spend money. I think people at any age can greatly benefit from this type of teaching.
Thank you very much, Guy. Yeah, it's one of those areas where we always hear about how many New Year's resolutions don't end up becoming successful, and I think when people position themselves financially well, they actually can accomplish more of those goals. So that's why I thought this was the perfect time to just drill into the basics.
Yes, and for those that are out there, Davin, who perhaps are looking for a realtor or a business broker, how can they connect with you to potentially bring you on to help make their dreams come true, as you talked about?
Absolutely. We make it super easy at ethicsrealty.net. That's ethicsrealty.net. Or you can give me a call if you prefer directly, but you can use my booking link on my website. Book an appointment. It's really easy. You can do it from your couch, or you can call 702-518-1606. Again, that's 518-1606.
Hey, keep up the amazing work, Davin. Again, the great information that you're providing, I think, for people out there who are looking for sustainability. I love the way that you use that phrase. Sustainability needs to be sustainable, you need a strong foundation. And so I could greatly appreciate the information that you shared that leads to sustainability, which is really what life is all about. It's being able to do things over and over and over again and to grow and to prosper. So yeah, keep up the great work, Davin. We love having your show on the network.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Guy.
All right. Well, so we've got 2 shows under our belt, the PR Connections show, and now The Real Deal with Davin Sundvik. And I wanted to share something new that is new to the back end of our streaming, which is this QR code. This QR code that's on the screen, if you want to pull out your phone, you can pull up our website, which is really the hub of everything that we do at prconnectionsradio.com. If you scan that QR code, it will take you directly over to the website, which allows you to be able to watch a host, thousands and thousands of hours of different podcasts that we host on this network. So please, if during the course of this marathon today, you want to go directly to our network, prepare yourself to binge watch shows at PR Connections Radio. It's as simple as pulling out your phone and putting it on that QR code. So we're going to move on to the next podcast on the network during this marathon today, which is going to be Thinking into Results. And Sid Maestri and John Gage, these guys have been doing some fantastic work with personal and professional development. And they are what I like to call the rock stars of our audio streaming presence, because people all over the world are tuning into you guys. Welcome, Thinking into Results.
I think it's my voice. It's just melodic. So.
I know there's something, whatever it is you guys are doing. I mean, the numbers for Thinking into Results in terms of downloads worldwide are just phenomenal. How are things going with the show, guys?
Well, things are going pretty good. We're getting, we had to take a break because, life happens. But all in all, I got moved into a new house. I'm in a great area in Florida. I really love it down here. And I'm looking forward to bringing live podcast starting again on Wednesday. I just kind of listened to what Devin was saying. I think part of what Sid and I are going to talk about are actually kind of reflect what he was saying for the last 5 minutes at least. So what do you think, Sid? I know that you were listening to that too.
Well, my comment about my life has been happening. I'm going to give a total rehab to my house. And over this last month, a lot of preparation, buying appliances, having to go through 20 years worth of stuff in the garage. And it's been keeping me occupied. But looking forward to this today. We're going to share a little bit how Thinking in Results has affected our life and what it actually means to change your thinking. But do you have a couple of minutes to share with us the impact as a student of Thinking in Results?
Personally, what it's done in relations to it's just so along with having Thinking into Results as a podcast at prconnectionsradio.com, I've also worked with Sid for, I guess, probably about 3 years now on this, right, Sid? The platform Thinking into Results, brought to you by the Proctor Gallagher Institute. So we, as a business, we have implemented a lot of these principles as a team on the Classic Communications, PR, and marketing side, as well as PR Connections Radio and elsewhere, really been taking the principles of Thinking into Results to heart in terms of educating the members of our team on the importance of your thinking. And so as a direct result of some of the things that we've learned working with Sid on these principles, I'm seeing just such a dramatic shift in the way that our company runs. Our revenue is increasing as well. And so that's one of the reasons why I wholeheartedly support the principles that John and Sid, and I can see why people all over the world are wanting to download this show because of your thinking is the beginning of everything. And so it doesn't matter if it's a marriage, a family, a basketball team, a corporation, getting people to the state of being aware of their thinking and how it influences the decisions they make and the things that they do. I know Davin did talk actually quite a bit about this with habits, because he was talking a lot in his last podcast about developing better habits, but that all starts with your thinking. So I'm going to leave the stage because you guys can share. You guys know this a lot better than I do, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the principles and the things that you're going to be talking about. Please welcome everyone to Thinking into Results with John Gage and Sid Maestri.
Thank you, Guy.
Thanks, Guy. We appreciate it.
I'm going to follow up. John, I want to say a few things about Guy for a moment.
Go right ahead.
He has a 4-person, himself and 3 others, as key players at his company. And more than a year ago, they were, let's say, creating the mastermind that Napoleon Hill thinks about in Think and Grow Rich. And so every Monday morning, 7:30 to 9:30, I'm on the Zoom with them, and everybody is sharing the activities, their accountability, and the planning for the next week. And it was a little, I would say, uncomfortable when it started, and now everybody is looking forward to it, and rotate who's the moderator each week.
Well, when you start sharing stuff, especially what you're thinking, because it's such a personal thing. You kind of, I'm kind of uncomfortable because these are your thoughts. They're supposed to be the one thing that we can keep that people aren't supposed to invade. And if you've listened to the podcast for any length of time, you know how we've discussed frequency, that kind of thing. But I'm glad to hear that that's what they're doing, because, once you start getting comfortable with it, you start understanding how much words influence what we do and how our reality manifests itself.
John, I want to move into the stick person, but first I want the principle of a mastermind. If with just you and I, we each have in our own thoughts and energy, imagination, but when we come together to mutually support each other, we create a mind that's more than just the 2 of us combined. So Guy's working with 4 people, and I'm listening. They all have special duties, but the things that they're working on, everybody else knows, and suggestions are flowing back and forth between this mastermind of theirs. But if I can jump on it for a second, we call it the stick person. We weren't looking at any diagram, but it's what our mind, our conscious mind, has the 5 senses. Is it seeing, tasting, hearing, feeling, and
touch is one of them.
Oh, touch. So everything in our physical world, everything that's going on around you, your reality, everything is coming in through those 5. We like the little antenna on your head. All this is coming in, and unless you consciously are paying attention to what's coming in and what's not helpful, and not letting that in, if you're not paying attention, a lot of stuff's coming in that's not helpful for you. So that was the thought about the stick person, because we were looking at, I should draw it on my wall. We have a circle for the head, a small circle for the body, And the line across the big circle, that's the conscious mind, and below it's the subconscious mind. The conscious mind thinks of ideas and wants to take action. The subconscious mind is the gatekeeper that's going to keep you from doing something new. And so the action of the body, the smaller circle, who's there to execute, the action they take will produce results that you don't want because your subconscious has sabotaged you. Didn't mean to talk about this morning.
No, we didn't, but and we kind of wanted to, I know we discussed that we really kind of wanted to talk about what this really means to us. I can honestly say that I've learned that through the thinking into results, that if my goal doesn't change who I am in some fashion, for the better, by the way, it's not a goal. It's just, if it's something I've already done, it's something I've already done. Like we just bought a house. I've never actually bought a house, especially, like we purchased this one. So it's been interesting because there were a lot of bad things that happened. And because of the way I've taught myself to think, I didn't allow those bad things to interrupt what the end goal was. The end goal was to be in the house, to have my family in the house, and have the space and have, be in this specific location that we're in for various reasons. And boy, did I learn a lot. I learned a lot about how to buy a home in Florida. Don't want to say I'm an expert, but man, we had things that happened after we didn't get in the house for a week and a half past our close date. We had to stay in hotel rooms and buy food at restaurants. And then after we're in the house, 3 days later, we have an incident where a pipe breaks and, got tore up floors. But you know what? I am so happy and so content because I've chosen to be. And it's all because of the way I think. I have this beautiful view. I've got this wonderful pond that's probably a football field and a half away, that I've seen everything from bald eagle land to sandhill cranes, which are like 5 feet tall, and walk by my window, my dining room window, because there's another pond across the street. So they were walking from pond to pond. We watch the ducks in the morning as the sun comes up. I watch bass jump. Haven't seen an alligator yet. I think they control those. But, I've seen so much. It's amazing. We watched the fog come up this morning because it was, believe it or not, people, it gets cold here. It was 35 degrees this morning when I woke up. So tomorrow it'll be 50, but, it happens once in a while. But man, the fog come up off that. It was just beautiful. It was serene. It's peaceful. And that was my end goal. The other stuff is just stuff. It's happened. It's done. It's over with. We move forward. And that's kind of how I see this when I do anything. Anything I do. And I write it down because Devin had mentioned stuff about writing it down. We write our goals down. We read them every day. I ended up having to put mine on an iPad because I didn't have access to paper, but it was still written down. So, and I know you've got an experience going on too, that you're having to put thinking into results into practice.
Yes. Well, I've been studying this and coaching this since 2015, October 2015. And it's changed my life. And one of the key things in our coaching is repetition. And I'll quickly tell the Andrew Carnegie Napoleon Health story. Going back around 1905, turn of the century, Andrew Carnegie was the wealthiest person in the country, and he had a big steel mill. But before that happened, well, he's the guy that had a plan to
Yes, he
create
did.
what he did. And the way it's told, he came to realize that so many successful people, when they passed on, no one knew what they did. And a young cub reporter, Napoleon Hill, was sent to interview him. And the bottom line was, Andrew Carnegie explained how he felt, how people were achieving their goals. And he challenged him to spend 20 years interviewing the wealthiest people like Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and find out how they did what they did. So you had 500 people to interview over 20 years. And
the key was Napoleon Hill had to pay his own way.
Oh, yes, he wasn't going to.
He wasn't going to get any kind of charity from any of these guys.
Let me back up, or
Yes.
I get confused on this story because even though I've told it so many times, all of a sudden I got a camera on me. Andrew Carnegie made him that offer that he would give him the names and wouldn't support him financially.
But he would introduce them, which is a big deal.
He was introducing them. And Napoleon Hill had 60 seconds to make a decision, yay or nay. Now, he didn't know that, but I have a CD in Napoleon Hill's voice saying, it took me 39 seconds to make a decision, yes. Because Andrew Carnegie had his watch below the desk. And then he asked Napoleon Hill to write something down, and we'd call it an affirmation, a statement. And it was, Andrew Carnegie, I'm not only going to match your achievements in life, I'm going to challenge you at the post and pass you at the grandstand. And Napoleon Hill threw his pencil down and said, I don't believe that. And Carnegie says, I know you don't believe that, but I'd like you to read that in front of the mirror, one in the morning, one at night, for 30 days. So 30 days. And he was rooming with his brother. And so he went in the bathroom. He didn't speak real loud at first because he didn't want his brother to think he was nuts. 2 weeks go by, nothing's happening, but there was a little glimmer of light. After 3 weeks, he was seeing the end of the tunnel. And after 4 weeks, he knew he could do it. And that's at the heart of changing, thinking and results is change your thinking to get new results. And I think one of your favorites, if I can steal it, if you want something you've never had before, done before, you're going to have to do something you've never done before. And your subconscious doesn't want you to do new things. And
no, because it's comfortable.
Oh, yes. I like to call our comfort zone. Or thinking, we're not thinking outside the box. You want to go after a goal that you've never had before, like Tom was talking.
Right.
It's a big goal, and it's who you become.
Exactly. Well, and I heard something interesting, and I'm going to put this out there, and I know people are going to go, oh, when I say this, but when you talk about yourself, you're essentially casting a spell on your subconscious mind. It's called spelling for a reason. Okay. And this is what I heard. And I kind of can't disagree with it, because when you talk negative about yourself, even jokingly, negative things get attracted to you. I used to make jokes about myself all the time because, I'm a little bitty guy. I'm only 6'8" and, 400 pounds. So, having this frail frame it is can be, intimidating to some people. So you make jokes to ease their mind, but that would give me a negative feeling about myself unintentionally. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because yes. When we talk bad about ourselves, even jokingly, our subconscious doesn't understand that it's just a joke. It hears what we say, understands that we believe it, and keeps moving forward with it. That's like this home here. I'm going to ask you a question, and I know I've asked you this question before, but 4 years ago, March of 2022, when I got out of the hospital after 2 months, did you think I would be spending $500,000 on a home in 4 years?
I would
Actually,
say
4 years.
No, that would not come into my consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. But
can I just say,
absolutely,
that at some point last year, if not sooner, you told me what you were going to do.
Yes.
And just the fact that you had a goal, you talked about it, you could see it. And that's another thing that we teach. Maybe everybody knows it. I didn't know that we think in pictures. And we talk about your goal, and whenever you're thinking about the goal, you're picturing it. And it may be fuzzy at the beginning, but the more the repetition, the clearer the picture. And
if you have an actual picture of the goal,
oh yeah,
I had 52 pictures of this home scrolling on my computer all day long. And I work from home, my regular job. I work from home on a computer, and all I saw were these pictures scrolling by of this home. And me picturing myself in each room doing something.
I'm writing stuff down that never came to me before, but I don't know if people know it, that the teacher gets more than the student. And you said a couple things. Well, the first thing that came to me as I'm listening, and you said, we're salespeople, and we're selling our subconscious mind that we can do this, we can have that.
100%.
And I had never heard that expression before. And what followed just thinking about that, what I do and what I teach is when you have your goal statement, you want to write it out 100 times. And you're speaking it while you're writing it.
Mm-hmm.
You're touching it, you're hearing it, and you're seeing what you're doing. That's 3 of the 5 senses. And once you've written it out 100 times, then you want to record it 100. So now you've got 3 or 4 or 5 minute audio of the repetition of your goal. And you can listen to, obviously, whenever you want. Maybe the best time.
You know what I like to do with that? I like to put that on it because I have a wired set of headphones, and once in a while I'll put it on my phone, and I'll repeat it like 10 or 15 different times, and then I'll just put it on a loop, and I'll put it in my ears because it's my voice telling me, and I just kind of put it on a loop and just listen to it for a couple of hours, just when I need a boost, when I start feeling like this is becoming more of a chore than it should be, because, well, you know what we went through to get into this home, because I told you this, and I'm not going to go into detail, just understand it was kind of a pain in the butt. But ultimately, I had to stay positive, number 1 for myself, number 2 for my family. And we ended up in the home. I knew we would. I literally, even going through all this stuff, and this is the thing about thinking into results. I know our time's getting close. We got about 6 minutes. But the thing about thinking into results is you learn that once you've decided it's going to happen, you know it's going to happen. And it doesn't matter whether you have the funds, whether you have the ability. Once you've decided, your subconscious will find a way to accomplish it.
Thank you, John. We have another short little essay, which of course I do. Oh, I thought I didn't have it here. Aha. This is commitment, which is what John's talking about, what's going to happen when you're committed. Until I am committed, there's hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. And that is that the moment I definitely commit myself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help me that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events, issues from the decision, raising in my favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance, which I never dreamed would come my way. Whatever I can do or dream, I can. I begin it. My boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. So the bottom line is, once you're committed to something new, I like that the universe will conspire to help you get it.
Exactly. And visualizing it, because like I said, when you think, you're right. Because I remember in 2017, when you were teaching me this, I said, we think in pictures. Oh my God, that's correct. That was like the biggest epiphany I had for the whole thing. And it's like now it's kind of cool because my camera, I have a dinosaur eyeball over it so I can look right straight in the eyeball. So I know I'm looking right at the camera. So I do that so it keeps me kind of focused. But it was the pictures of this house that put us in the house. And that's my point.
Oh, I've just been going through that. I made the decision back in October that I wanted to rehab my house after the first of the year. The house is 30 years old.
We're down to 3 minutes, by the way, my friend.
Oh, I see that. We were going to redo the kitchen, the bathrooms, the bedrooms, the flooring, painting different. And my daughter was like the general contractor, and she was interviewing people that's going to help us. I did not have a picture at all. I just want to know, I want new stuff here. And going out and shopping with her, buying things, I was picking out things that really appealed to me, about the lighting and chandeliers and things. Now I'm very excited. I got a pretty clear picture, and it'll probably be the 1st of April when I'm able to move in, and I'm like a new kid waiting for Christmas, thinking in pictures.
Absolutely.
John, this has been terrific being on this today with you. And guys out there, ladies, we're just human beings.
Yes.
Enjoying life, being optimistic, being positive, knowing that the negative ideas are not helpful for us. In the last minute and a half, real quick, I pay attention to my thinking, and I recognize the negative stuff in the world. I'm not reading the newspapers because it's real hard to find something that makes you happy.
Yep.
And it's a distraction if you're getting the negative.
What you put in, you put out.
Oh yeah.
So
you're so right, John.
What you
This
put
is
in,
really...
you put out. It's just like food. It's like you I mean, I just can't say enough about, I used to think that was garbage thinking. I was so wrong, and if I'd have thought like this when I was, 25 years old, I'd have a massive amounts of wealth, but as it is, I'm just happy. I am so happy and so peaceful, and it's because I've chosen it. And I know we're getting to the end. I'm sure Guy's going to come back on here in a minute. So, but it's been fun, Sid. It's been fun, guys. We're back. We'll see you Wednesday with a new show. We just aren't sure exactly what it's going to be about, except thinking. It will be about that. I can guarantee that.
Thank you, John.
All right. Well done, gentlemen. And again, I loved, there was a lot of elements of your talk that I really enjoyed, but a lot of it circled back to the end where you started talking about the awareness of your thinking and that you can't take things for granted.
Nope.
When your thinking's bad, that's something you want to address. All right. Yeah.
Well, and you see people all the time. It's like, I literally got out of the hospital. They were going to amputate my legs in 2022 from the knees down. You know what? I still have those. Mm-hmm. I was supposed to be on oxygen at 9 liters. For those of you who are out there, for the rest of my life, you don't see a hose on my nose. I made the decision to get for that to not happen, because it's amazing what our bodies can do when we allow it.
Right. You have to start somewhere. So for those of you, maybe you've never even been introduced to these types of concepts before, which is the majority of society. Unfortunately, this is something they ought to start teaching kids when they're 5. But there are a lot of reasons why that doesn't happen, and I won't go into those reasons. That's another podcast that we could.
That's right.
But anyway, start where you are. So maybe it was just tuning in to this podcast today and hearing some of these simple concepts that John and Sid shared that could begin to move you in a different direction toward what makes you happy, as you talked about, John. And that represents different things for different people, by the way.
It does. But you have to start where you are. I watched it. Every year we watch Santa Claus is Coming to Town. There's a little song in that. When the Winter Warlock changes and becomes good, over Choo Choo Train, the song is put one foot in front of the other, because he's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Put one foot in front of the other. Soon you're walking across the floor. Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking out the door. It's a matter of saying, this right here is going to make my decisions for me, and just doing it from where you're at. Even a little bit of motion every day makes a big difference by the end of the year.
Yeah, so tune into these guys every Wednesday, right? Is it 12? I want to make sure I get it right. Is it 12 p.m. every Wednesday? 1 o'clock time every Wednesday. Yeah, tune in. These guys have, again, some great concepts to share, and the principles. I am a testimonial for Sid as a consultant with Procter Gallagher. I've seen phenomenal results based on some of the principles that I've implemented that are directly tied into this program. So yes, I highly recommend what these guys have to say. And again, enjoy having you on the network. Looking forward to your next, your upcoming shows, guys.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to
it. This is just a lot of fun. What else can I say?
Well, Happy New Year's, guys. Enjoy yourselves.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you.
All right, we're moving along in the marathon, Thinking into Results. Again, it's a podcast that airs every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time here at prconnectionsradio.com if you want to watch it live. And as I had mentioned before, there's this QR code that's on the screen that will allow you to go to our website, prconnectionsradio.com. That is the real center of our network where you can watch previous podcasts, airings of Thinking into Results and all these other podcasts that you're watching today. We try to make it as easy as possible for you to have access to this wonderful information that is provided by the podcasters on our network. So put the QR code, put your phone to that QR code, and you can go over to PR Connections and watch all of the podcasts on our network. And again, want to remind you about all the streaming platforms, Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Podcast, iHeart, and a host of others. You can tune into all of our shows. All right, our next podcaster for today is Werner Dixon, and he has a show called Prospering in Health and Wealth. Does he look like a prosperous and healthy man or what? Welcome and Happy New Year, Werner.
Oh, Happy New Year to you too, Guy. I really appreciate you being here, and I appreciate getting up in the morning. As you can see, I'm still dressed from my New Year's Eve party. And so I just thought after this, I'd go and take a nap. I haven't been anywhere. I've been asleep already, but anyway, it's all good. It's all good. How about yourself, sir?
Wonderful. Enjoying the new year, Werner. And as far as your show is concerned, it's great. I guess you've got about 6 months in now, right? Of having your longer than that. What's your experience been being able to share your ideas here at PR Connections Radio?
And I was sitting out there thinking about when you made the offer about the marathon. I was trying to figure out a way to say, what do I talk about? Do I talk about history? Do I talk about future? Do I talk about someplace in the middle? And so basically it's been good because it's given me a different type of experience. I mean, I used to stand up on stage and do presentations. And so I'm familiar with stand up in front of a group of people. But here standing and doing other than a Zoom, so to speak, and having a conversation with people, even having guests on as well. So it's changed the way that I do and think about some different things. And so based on that, I've got some excitement that's happening in my life for this year. And so that's what I'm going to share as well. Get a little overview of what happened in the past. But I've got some exciting things that I think folks should be aware of. And I'm excited about sharing it. So good.
Yeah, I feel the excitement, and I want to get out of your way so that you can exude your excitement with our audience. Please welcome Werner Dixon with Prospering in Health and Wealth here at prconnectionsradio.com, the voice of new media.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I was told that we may or may not have a timer, so I need to set my timer to make sure that I don't run over my schedule here as I get excited about what I'd like to talk about. And like I mentioned, I guess the reason that I even started the podcast was because I had some health issues over the last couple of years. A fifth knee replacement. That fifth knee replacement almost cost me they had given me an option since I had so many knee surgeries in the past, and this was my fifth one. And this is my second one that I've had a major infection in. I've had three major infections. They had in the past eliminated so much bone for each procedure that there wasn't much bone left for this fifth operation, because they said, based on what they see from the x-rays and everything that I've been through, I may have to lose the leg. So that was my thought. And that happened in just as COVID started, at the end of 2019. Well, I came back in March of 2019 is when I had my surgery. So it moved into the COVID 2020 into the COVID area. But what happened was, in terms of me thinking about losing my leg, I had made a decision to say, if I lose my leg, then I need to start getting my mind set for the differences in the way my body is going to react, the way that I walk, the way that I get around, and what I have to do to be wherever I need to be. And so that was weighing heavily on my mind until I got to the point where I said, I can't going to this with a negative mindset, and I have to do something from a positive set. So I started having conversations with my foot. I know you probably crack up. Start having conversations with my foot to say, we've gone through a lot of years together. You've been great. It's been wonderful. And it's just been absolutely fantastic. But I'm sorry you have to go, but And so it kind of put me in a upbeat kind of a mindset to get ready for this. I had a doctor who was one of those doctors. If he went in, he looked at it and he couldn't immediately make a decision on it, he would amputate. So luckily for me, and I guess luckily when I say that, and it is for me, because he had an emergency situation where he couldn't do the operation on the day scheduled. So they had to replace him with a doctor who had done my first 2 procedures. And he is a well-known ortho doctor in town, actually worldwide known. So he's that good. He's always called on. And so luckily I was able to, he became available during this process. So as I'm talking to him and telling him what the other doctor said and, going through that, and he knew what my situation was at that time, because I had, since I'm a vet, I talked to the VA and they put the 4th one in. And so they sent the information to him and he said he would amputate as well. And so, that wasn't good. So when Dr. Bradford, and that's Dr. Bradford here in town, looked at everything, and he obviously saw the record and what was going on, and saw heard my conversation about my foot, and he said not to worry about it. He think that he could reconstruct that leg somehow, and so I was happy about that. Continuing to keep that happy mind frame. Then I have a conversation with my foot about, hey, once we get through this, and if everything is good, you and I are going to go out and have a pedicure. Luckily, I have to say that he was able to save my leg. It's different than what I'm used to, and I am on a cane now, but at least I've got my leg. And unfortunately, I haven't taken my foot to the pedicure yet, so that's coming. But it gave me some other things that I needed to focus on as well. I had my leg, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. I had to learn a new way to walk because the leg does some things. And when other ortho doctors look at my leg, they're impressed with what's in there. So it's great for them, but it's okay for me. I'm moving on. I had some other issues too. I got back pain, and so at some point, a couple of years ago, I had gotten excited about stem cells. And so I actually purchased stem cells. I paid $5,000 for 1 injection of stem cells. And it was X amount of million cells in that. And they injected it into my back. And I thought I felt some improvement, but I was going to need additional injections at $5,000 a piece. That was not in my budget. That was definitely not in my budget. So I had to go back pain and suffering. And so I've had a lot of injections in my back to do that, physical therapy. And I'm looking for different products and services that would alleviate the pain in my back. And I've had this back issue for many, many years. I've had a surgery. For those of you who are in my age range, who remember Joe Montana from the 49ers, he had the same surgery that I did, L5S1 laminectomy, when he was tackled on the field. Well, he had the surgery, got back up, and was playing football. I had the surgery and got back up, but wasn't playing football. And I just attribute that to his surgeons had been paid more, and he had more physical therapy and obviously things that benefited him, other things that I could not have. With the other issues, colds, flus, and COVID, all those things, you figure out, I want to be healthy. I got 7 grandkids that I want to be around for quite a while for those 7 babies. My youngest is 5. And I'd like to see her at this point when she drives her first car. So that means I need to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. And so when I say healthy, wealthy, and wise, that brings me to the other part. The financial requirement for fixing health in some people's case. Yes, I have VA benefits. Yes, I have insurance and some other things that I can depend on. But none of those things together gave me what I needed to resolve my issues, mostly pain. And it's primarily pain. And I guess I said mostly pain. And so in looking for that opportunity, I've been in network marketing. I've been on stage doing presentations. I've been in crypto. I've been in a bunch of things. And there's a couple of things that started paying off. And so with those things paying off and allow me to do some other things, from the medication that I was taking or the products that I was taking to help relieve some of my issues. And I realized that I said, maybe somebody else would be interested in maybe some of the medical things that they're going through, and they need some that extra money. You know, some people say you get an extra $500, it can change a month, and it could change your life. And it definitely makes a difference if you've got income that you're not relying on to pay your lights, gas, rent, car notes, you know, those kind of things. And you can participate in your health if you need something that's not covered by your insurance or the VA or whatever. And you can start looking for resolutions outside of the normal path. And that's where the stem cells come in. And so I'd been involved in as my one of the companies that that's on my account now is Envision You. And you see that when my podcast starts on Tuesday, every Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Well, that's probably going to change because I've gotten some additional sponsors, and I have to just make sure the best one to be promoting. And so I've got another account that has a stem cell product. It takes care of oxidative stress, because if you've got degenerative arthritis, you've got pain issues in your joints, you're doing some stuff like that. If you can reduce your oxidative stress, that'll help as well. And I'm not a doctor or a medical technician. I'm just telling you things that I have benefited from. And so hopefully you could be able to benefit from that as well. And so with that in mind, I'll be promoting that this year as well, along with a couple of other products that maybe I try or I think are significant enough where at least I think you should know about them, so you can make a decision on whether you want to take advantage of it or not. I want to continue down the health scenario by having guests on the show as well that have health products or one service or another, mental health, insurance, anything else that would help you in one of two areas, in some case, both areas. When I mean health and the wealth portion, and we got some that does covers both. And talking about that in terms of what's being covered, I'm going to be probably talking, well, I've started to talk a little bit more about some of the services that I use that are financially rewarding and becoming even more so. And that's why it seems like I'm adding more of my conversations about the financial portion than some of the health portion. Health is not going to go away. That's what got me here, and that's what's going to keep me going as well. But as an example, I mentioned that I've been doing crypto for years. I've been doing crypto since 2009, 2014, but somewhere in that range. Either dabbled in 9 and kind of started really getting involved in 2014. But there's a company that I've been working with. It's called Miracle Cash and More, that I've been working with for 3 years. And for 3 years, I've been talking about building and what they're doing in terms of with the crypto and the nodes. If you know anything about that environment, there's nodes in addition to the crypto tokens themselves. And so we've been anticipating, and their focus and direction is to go public. And lo and behold, next year in the first quarter, we are going public. They've already gotten the folks together on Wall Street. They've gotten, and another thing, there was a company here that had been dormant and still listed, but not active on the in the world of activity, business activity. So they bought that company. It's called Mediterra. And Mediterra, we're moving everything under Mediterra and going public under Mediterra. And if you follow me, you'll be seeing some more of that information, or look at my Facebook pages. There'll be some more focused information there, because right now, before Mediterra goes public, there are significant opportunities for anyone who wants to take advantage of a company before it goes public. I don't know what you know. I don't know if you know what that implies, but there's opportunities before it goes public, before it goes to the industry, and everybody else knows what's happening. Even without that, there's a lot of folks and companies coming to the table want to get involved, because we have created a financial infrastructure that everybody's jumping on the table. And so over time, you'll get to and be involved in that if you'd like. Not only that, there's another area of funding that's really significant, and I am having so much excitement in that, and that's AI. I'll be talking a little bit more about that. I got a couple of products. One I've been working with for almost a year. That's a product called Booster. Booster is a product that has it has tokens. Right now, they're talking about going public in a couple of years, and so now they're got tokens available for very inexpensive price before they even start marketing everything else in February. So here's an opportunity in AI to get involved as well. They have a shopper app that it's free. They got a shopper app that you have never seen a shopper's app like this ever. And not only the shopper's app, but they have a platform where a merchant can be a private entity, obviously a startup or whatever. They can have been around for a long time. If they want to start adding automation to it, they just get Booster for free and pick and choose the services that they need for that particular merchant. We also have the same options for nonprofits. And that's what's exciting about it. Merchants, nonprofits, the shopper app. And not only that, this app will be white labeled as well. So for those agencies who are looking for a complete application, you got one coming, and that's Booster. The other product is Lev AI, Leverage AI. And that allows me to generate twins or create twins of myself that'll do marketing for me. And I'm putting those things together, and I've got plans and things to get those set up and promoting. And so the interesting thing about Lev AI is that we're promoting now a marketing or health product with that as well. And I just started taking that new product, that anything that has to do with the peptides or the cells in my body, to keep my cells healthy. And what I mean by that is that you get older, and I'm no longer a young whippersnapper. I'm a little bit up there in age, in case you don't know. I'm looking for ways to kind of supplement what's going away. And what's going away is that as we get older, our cells become less efficient. And so with that in mind, you need something that is kind of help those cells regenerate themselves, maybe rebuild and restructure for as long as they can. And so the Lev AI and the products that we get, it's called Nuvo. Nuvo is one of the products that I'll be promoting as well. There's also another product that I'll also be promoting out of QNIC, a company called QNIC. And their product is the stem cell product. Again, it helps with oxidative stress as well. It participates directly with like the cells. It just goes into your entire body looking for places that needs help. And so again, I'm looking for those products and services that allow you to do that, because again, I got 7 grandkids that I love. Those little kids, little guys. One is bigger than I am. He's 15, that just turned 14. And that's the oldest one. And then, like I said, the other one is 5. And so I want to be able to get down and play with them and be able to get on the floor and get up and be excited about getting up. Issue with my leg, I'll have to work around that. But anyway, the rest of it should be good. Not only that, but if you're running a business and you need to help with promoting your business, do have another product called Talk Fusion. Talk Fusion is a video email product. So you can have a custom template with your company name, logo, your picture, however you want to get it designed, and have that as an example to do your promotions, your conversations, your presentations, or whatever can be presented in video talk from that perspective. And also there are multiple custom templates for the different holidays, birthdays, special occasions, promotions. There's just thousands of templates that you can pick and choose from. So it makes it really, really nice and being able to build a business. It's inexpensive as well. So it's an opportunity to help promote your business, promote yourself on an inexpensive basis, and also create an income if you want to share that with other folks like I'm doing now, not only using the products, but also sharing them as well. I'm not trying to build a major organization like I've had before. I mean, I've had thousands of folks in 2 companies that I've been involved in, and I am not interested in building like that anymore. But I want to share enough with folks that they can participate, where it has been creating an income for me, a steady income, and a couple of other products. One called Super One. Super One, I'm talking about Super One because it's a game where there are professional athletes. Right now, they started with soccer, and they've been doing soccer for a few years, and so they're getting ready to add NFL. So you participate as a gamer, not as a betting or anything like that. Betting's not legal, and so we do it as a game. And if you know anything about XRP, right now you get drips from XRP, which is exciting. But as you go through the game and you get a based on the level that you come in, you get something from that. You can be a what I call a silent investor, where you don't have to play the game, and I don't because I've got other things to do. But I'm a silent investor, so I bought a couple of shares in the company based on the levels that I wanted to be involved in, and so I sat back and open my account once a month, and I've got funding there. I've got money there. And so those things are nice. And again, health and wealth are the 2 areas that I wanted to make sure that I participated and shared with you. Not only that, let me see what else I've got before I run out of time here. Plastic credits. We're in an environment where everybody buys plastic bottles and they drink water out of their plastic bottle, but those plastic bottles take 400 years to dissolve or disintegrate. And so there had to be some type of service available for that. And also you can earn income from that. Well, anyway, this is what we call CSR credits. If you're familiar with carbon credits, this is equivalent to carbon credits, and it's called plastic credits. CR credits, we all have a disposal system where we're throwing away trash as well. They've estimated that we're all average about X amount of plastic, X amount of whatever. So I've got folks who are saying, I want to take care of my responsibility to make sure that the earth is clean, to help clear up some of this plastic. And this plastic produces an oil that right now Shell is buying everything that can be produced. And so based on Shell buying and other companies wanting to be involved, and the reactors that they're building to create this oil called pyrolysis. Woo, that was tough. And get paid for doing that. And so there's an option as well. So I'll be talking about that as well, because I've got some major things happening with that, because the state of they want to put several units in every state in the USA. They've got them starting to build around the world, and they've been around for it since 2022. As officially they are. They started back a couple of years before that, putting things together and seeing what worked and what didn't work. And so, again, I want to help as much as I possible from those two perspectives. And I'm also vice president of sales and marketing for a television company that we promote a focus on seniors, and that's Golden Network. And there's opportunities to advertise your business and the services that you bring to the table on Golden Network as well. So I guess what I'm saying is that follow me, see what's going on with what I have, and let's give me a call. Let's talk about some of the things that you're doing. I want to understand where you are, because in understanding where you are kind of opens my mind to look for guests for the show as well. So, I mean, I've had mental health folks, I've had insurance folks, I've had product-related folks where products related to cleaning households and health around the house, sanitizers, those kind of things, washing clothes and those kind of things. And so I try to introduce you to something that's going to be beneficial to someone somewhere along the line. And so we all would be better off if we were all healthy, wealthy, and wise. The wise part is the other part that I try to bring to the table with the guests that I bring to the table. But I do research in these areas as well, because in addition to the two companies, the AI companies that I'm promoting, I had already begun to take classes in AI. So I have a pretty good feel for AI. I've been studying obviously more and more about crypto as it's changing and going and doing dollar cost averaging from that perspective. And so that's been awesome from that perspective. And also the plastic credits. Plastic credits is a big deal in terms of the rest of the country is trying to clean up. And so that's going to be a major direction in terms of one of the projects that I'm involved in, because I've got a couple of major presentations coming up for that. So I think you need to understand some of these things. And if you're interested, awesome. I'd love to have you, and I'd love to see if we can work together and make some things happen. If you've got some ideas and interests, let me know. I can try to bring those to the table as well, or support you in that process by interviewing you on the show as a guest or whatever, to make sure that your information gets out. So I think I'm just about out of time. Yep. It's just telling me to stop my timer here. So, but I again, thank you for 2025. And I offer you excitement and opportunity in 2026. And thank Guy Dawson for allowing me to participate on this PR communications and connections and the whole 9 yards. So it's brought out a whole different personality for me for this perspective. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
As usual, Werner, really appreciate your knowledge and the suite of services. I've known Werner for many, many, many years. And one of the things that I appreciate about you, Werner, is that you are constantly searching for solutions to help people to achieve the goal of what the title of your podcast is, which is prospering in health and wealth. This is something that I know you believe in. You've been pursuing this for a long time, and we're just enjoying having your presence over on the network, and we wish you a great deal of more prosperity and health in 2026 for sure.
All righty. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And to everybody else out there, continue to be blessed. And again, happy 2026 and welcome to the new year. Absolutely.
One more time, when can they tune into your show on the network for the
live?
They
can tune into my show every Tuesday at 10 o'clock, Prospering in Health and Wealth on the PR Communications Network. Communications and radio. I'm trying to get it all.
All right, we'll get them over there.
We'll get 'em over
the QR code if you want to get there. But yes, you can.
Yes, there's a QR code there too. Yeah, that's right. Hit the QR code. That'll bring you there. And so it's all good. So I'll see you Tuesday. Looking forward to any conversation we can have, and it's all good. Be blessed this year. Be blessed. Thank you.
All right. Keep up the amazing work, Werner.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right. As we continue in this New Year's marathon, again, year after year after year of having the opportunity to present this, it's just so exciting, the perspectives that we hear from all these different podcasters on our network. When I think back when we started this marathon a few years ago, I can't remember exactly how many shows we had at that time, but I do know that it was considerably less than we have today. And so just the evolution of our network and these marathon events as being kind of cornerstones, opportunities for us to introduce you to podcasters who you might not listen to regularly, because you have your specific shows that you enjoy. But I hope you are enjoying hearing from a variety of podcasters here today. And again, you can go to our website, prconnectionsradio.com, to watch more podcasts from all of these personalities that you're getting introduced to today. Our next podcast is going to be a recording of a show called Sunday Morning Chat Series by a good friend of mine named Jesse Oakley III. He's another person with a very popular show. He brings in guests from all over the world, and there are always inspirational messages that are shared in the work that he does. And I always enjoy the guests. He asks the best questions, and you'll get a chance to see that here in a second. Next, we are going to show you Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III.
PR Connections Radio presents this episode of the PR Connections podcast is brought to you by Classy Communications PR and Advertising. Classy Communications provides public relations and marketing solutions for businesses, professionals, and nonprofit organizations. They can deliver the true meaning of your business with press releases, social media marketing, web development, email marketing, book publishing, and much more. Wherever your potential clients are, they can help you connect with them. Visit classycommunications.net to learn more about their suite of services that can help your business stand out from the rest. Classy Communications is your solution for business success.
Hello and Happy New Year! This is Jesse Oakley III, and welcome to Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III. The purpose of the Sunday Morning Chat Series is for yours truly to ask a plethora of positive people that are making big differences in the community, whether they're speakers, authors, writers, leaders, athletes, entertainers, singers, you name it, you'll hear from them first, right here on the Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III. And today we have ourselves a wonderful special episode on the PR Connections Marathon on New Year's Day. And what better way to bring in a new year with a wonderful guest. And many people know that I belong to a wonderful organization called Toastmasters. And I've met many people in my 23 years of being a Toastmaster. And this one is a real treat. This lady, what can I say about her? She is truly dynamic. She is fantastic. When I think of strong leaders, this is one of the people that's on my radar with being a strong leader within the Toastmasters community. And I'm proud to have her on this wonderful podcast to be on the Sunday Morning Chat Series. Without further delay, please let me welcome distinguished Toastmaster and past region advisor, Mary Swanson. Hey, Mary, how's it going?
Good, Jesse. I'm very pleased to be here.
All right. And with that being said, Mary, are you ready to go?
I am.
All right. Without further delay, let's chat. Now, I've mentioned I was in Toastmasters for 23 years, but prior to that, 30 years ago through Speechcraft, and there was a couple of day ones of my experience within Toastmasters. Could you please tell us your day one? How did you get started in this wonderful organization?
How I got started is during a performance review with my boss. She told me I had to join Toastmasters. It wasn't a question of whether or not I was going to, or if I was going to. She said, you will join. And she said on that performance review, I had to stay 1 year or complete 10 speeches, which back then was the first set or the first level of work that you did in Toastmasters. Here I am 31 years later, and I'm still a Toastmaster. And I owe a lot to her suggestion. She suggested it to me. She knew I wanted a promotion, and I was frustrated that I wasn't getting it. And she said that the fellow leaders were a little bit worried about me because when I was asked a question, I would always be so nervous my voice quivered in giving an answer. So I didn't have the confidence or didn't exude the confidence that was needed in someone in that next level that I was wanting to be promoted to. It had worked for her, so she offered it as a suggestion to me as a way to get to where I wanted to be in my work. And it certainly has brought me a long way since then.
All right. And again, 31 years, you say?
Yes.
Oh, years. That is quite a wonderful experience. And guess what? The journey continues. Now, we talk about things that we're doing within Toastmasters. There may be so many people still doing whatever they can within Toastmasters, especially to this moment. What contributions are you doing right now when it comes to your journey within Toastmasters, even during 31 years of Toastmastering?
Certainly. Well, with my home club, which I've been a member of about 28 years, I'm currently serving as the club president. The club had been struggling a little bit on membership, and I agreed to step into that role again. I've been president before, and we are building our membership and getting back to some of the basics to help the club build. Beyond the club, I'm very supportive of my area division. And then at the district level, I've been a mentor to our current district trio and assisting with the club extension and club retention. In addition to that, this year in particular, I'm serving as group transition chair, group 4, which happens to be in the center of the United States and up into Canada, for the Toastmasters realignment that's occurring regions 1 through 4 or 1 through 7. And pretty much region 3 is my group, group 4. And I'm working with district leaders to take 9 districts and consolidate them down into 4. And between now and July 1 of 2026, we're doing the preparations for making that happen. I'm overseeing 4 new districts, if you will, the 4 consolidated districts, and getting them ready in terms of their district leaders, in terms of their alignment, and getting them ready to hit the ground running on July 1 of 2026 to being better and greater districts when we're all said and done. And I have a lot of people working with me in order to make that happen. But that's got me quite busy these days. We've got a lot of work to do between now and when the business meetings occur in the spring.
And I'm with you right there because I'm also a part of this, was part of Group 2 over in the West Coast, and I am working as a district leadership committee chair for District 202, which covers parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, Santa Barbara, all the way up to San Luis Obispo. So when you talk about that, I definitely can relate to that. And it's going to be amazing experiences, learning experiences, a worthwhile experience to actually build new clubs, new districts, and new leaders and new communities in that same process. So what you're going through, I'm going through the similar process, and we're just planting the seeds in order for greatness within Toastmasters. And it doesn't just feel good to actually plant those seeds, Mary?
Absolutely. And it's wonderful to be a part of the process. I know a lot of our fellow members are worried about it because they're not hearing much, but I can tell you there's just a team of people that are working very, very hard to make sure we do this right. And we have a lot of past leaders, past region advisors, past international directors, and past presidents that are involved. And just being a part of the process is so exciting to me. Yes, it's a lot of work, but I feel very confident that what we're going to end up with will be something that much better for the organization.
Truly fantastic and well said, Mary. Well said. Now, you have 31 years of Toastmasters experience, and I had 23 years of Toastmasters experience, 30 if you count the speechcraft. And we all have our own challenges that we went through in this organization. Now, I could name a plethora of challenges from alpha to omega when it comes to that and being able to overcome it. What has been some of the challenges that you faced within your Toastmasters journey that you're able to overcome?
Some of the challenges, I guess, there have been many, anywhere from the local club having members that signed up to be in an officer role and disappeared or were ineffective. And similarly at the district level, when I served as district director 20 some years ago, I had people that signed up very enthusiastic and well-meaning, but life got in the way or things got in the way and they weren't able to perform or contribute like they thought they could, and that affected the overall results. For me personally, there have been a number of times where I have stepped up, raised my hand, or volunteered for a higher position, worked very hard in running, say, for international director, came very, very close, but unfortunately it didn't go the way I wanted it to. It was a moment for me to take a step back, think about what is it that I want to do? Do I want to continue going in this direction, or do I want to find something else to do? And there have been times where I thought about it, but being involved in Toastmasters, I continue to work on those skills. I continue to work on my communication skills. And also, it's so much more about helping other people succeed. And in that, I feel good about me. And with that, opportunities like this, being this group transition chair, which still baffles me that I got asked to do it. But it's because people got to know me, got to know who I was, my integrity, that they felt comfortable in asking me or inviting me to participate. And I gladly said yes. Why did I do that? Because I knew the organization and there's so many good people out there. And while I've had disappointment, I'm better off at the other end than maybe if everything had gone my way, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Mm-hmm. So yes, there's challenges. Yes, I wish some things had gone a little bit differently, but I wouldn't change a thing for where I'm at right now.
And Mary, I will say this. There's somebody that saw something in you being the group transition chair, the same way that I see you as an amazing individual. And when I think of people, let alone in Minnesota and anywhere else in Toastmasters, one of the few people I think about is none other than Mary Swanson, because I know who you are. I still see something in you, and you basically have that, not only that connection, but you also have something that really resonates with me. And you know what that is? That is none other than that heart. And that's one of the things that really struck me about you, is you having that wonderful passion and about helping people and being in that community. And you know what? That heart really impressed me big time after all these years.
Well, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. And you have it in spades as well.
All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, another question I do have for you is, we talked about the challenges. Now, the next thing I will talk to you about is the best moments. Now, what are some of the best moments that you had within your Toastmasters journey?
One of the most recent, many of them in 31 years, but one of the ones that comes to mind is this last time when I ran for international director. One of the challenges I had previous to that, and the other times I ran, was that 2-minute speech at the business meeting. More than once, I stumbled at the business meeting because I was so invested that I was so tired, and it was very difficult to give that 2-minute speech when you can barely stand on your own 2 legs, and my voice was giving out. Yeah. At that last business meeting, I was determined to give the best speech I'd ever given, and I feel like I did that. I had the audience laughing at a serious speech, and I walked off the stage feeling like I was walking on air. Now, the result wasn't what I wanted it to be, but I still gave the speech I wanted to give. And for someone like me who's had that fear of getting up there, who has had moments where things didn't go the way they wanted to, I didn't give the speech I wanted to put myself out there again to have it work was a very proud moment for me. Aside from that, I've had members that I've helped coach, mentor. I've seen them, members of the current Toastmasters board were members that I helped mentor when I was region advisor. To see them on the board is thrilling for me. Our current international president, I served as a region advisor together with her, with Aletta Rocha. To go from being a peer to watching her rise to the top, it's just phenomenal for me to see and to know that she's a friend. All of those types of things are wonderful for me to see, and it still gives me inspiration to keep doing what I'm doing. Locally, my district has a ways to go, but I see the right things. I see the seeds of us going in the right direction. There's been some challenges in recent years, but I am confident that we're going in the right direction as a district. And I feel pretty good that I hopefully have just a small part of that. And we have good people that are supporting our current trios. And I think we'll see good things from our district and the other districts across the region due to the efforts and everything that I'm involved in. So that's a feel good and a success moment for me.
And that is true. That is 100% true. And it always amazes me that you get a chance to work with people and they get to the top. As a matter of fact, I also work with Aletta Rocha as a region advisor. And also there are other people like Morag Matheson, Matt Kinsey, had a chance to, and even Stefano McGee, we get a chance to work with them as district governors together. Back then, we were called district governors. And we're going to become international president. And this is truly amazing. It's truly a wonderful feeling to actually get a chance to not work with them, get the chance to work with them, pardon me, but also get a chance to work with other people, because you never know who could actually be there. You never know that one person that could be a speechcrafter could end up being on the board or doing something else with the Toastmasters. So you just never know.
Absolutely.
And another question I do have for you is the following. Let's say that you're at a Toastmaster event and there is a young Toastmaster, someone who's new to the organization. They see you and they say, Mary, I think that you're truly fantastic and what you're doing is really impressive for the Toastmasters organization. And you are an inspiration to me, and I want to be just like you. If you have an opportunity to talk to somebody and to give that advice to that new and up-and-coming Toastmaster or wanted to be in your shoes, what advice would you give that person?
It may sound simple, but it is true. If you're asked to help out with a club event, or if you're asked to help out with an area, division, district event, yes, it may mean some extra time and some time away from family, friends, and other things that you want to do, but say yes. Taking those opportunities when they come to you, even if you think you can't do it, even if you wonder if you have the skills or ability to do it, say yes. It's in those times where I've said yes to opportunities where I honestly wasn't sure if I could do it, but people were lifting me up and encouraging me to do it. That's where I gained the skills that I have, and the opportunities have opened up for something even bigger and better. When I started out, I was going to be a Toastmaster, stay a year and be done. But then as I got involved, people started asking me to do other things. And when I was doing other leadership roles or other events, the world of Toastmasters opened up where I realized what else there was. I thought it was about giving speeches. What I didn't realize was the opportunity to learn leadership skills. And that really is what keeps me going and has kept me involved for so many years, is the leadership side, the mentoring, the coaching, how to organize, how to be involved, how to bring a team of people together. And that has served me well, not just in Toastmasters, but in my work life. And then in my personal life, I've been involved in things at my church, been asked to organize things. Would I have said yes to it without Toastmasters? Probably not. But I said yes because I knew I had at least a general idea what to do. And I had a lot of people supporting me in order to get it done. So if there's someone up and coming, say yes. That's the best advice I have to give. And if no one's asking you, but you're interested in doing something, volunteer. I can tell you in Toastmasters, they're always looking for people willing to do even the smallest task. But if you're willing, just let them know and they'll find something for you to do.
That is truly the wonderful response and advice for anyone who is an up and coming Toastmaster. Just say yes and volunteer if you have to. Those two things could actually increase your journey, and you could learn a lot from saying yes and then volunteering. Now, another question I do have for you is, let's say that someone out there heard about Toastmasters, they think it's a public speaking organization, and they have that peak interest in checking out a Toastmaster club or Toastmasters event. What is the best place they can actually go to check out, even know more about Toastmasters?
There are any number of ways. If you happen to know someone that's a Toastmaster, talking to them one-on-one is a great place. But toastmasters.org, and you can go to find a club. We'll help you find a club that's in the location, the time, the day that is convenient for you. That is a great way to find out. Out on Facebook, there's any number of places. If you find the Toastmasters International Facebook page, there are a lot of groups that promote themselves out there. There are clubs that meet in person. There are clubs that meet hybrid, which means there are some in the same room, while others are on video. And there are others that are purely online, meeting through Zoom or WebEx or something like that. So there's any combination of opportunities for you. My recommendation is to visit one or more, see which one fits. We all have the same basic format that we follow, but the personality is unique to that individual club. What their focus is, what the makeup of the club in terms of people with the backgrounds, what industries, careers they have. So it's a matter of finding the right fit for you. But I guarantee you there is one, at least one out there for you. It's just a matter of finding the one that fits you and your time and schedule, and check it out. And I'm sure you will not regret it.
Again, that's toastmasters.org. Go to toastmasters.org, click find a club, and there's a good chance that there's a club near you. I believe there are clubs on 6 continents all over the world. There would be a 7th continent only if we could teach penguins how to speak in Antarctica. Then we'll have us all, we'll be everywhere in the continents and all over the globe. By the way, penguins, squawk, so squawk, squawk, so squawk, so squawk, squawk, so squawk. Join toastmasters.org and penguin.
There have been Toastmasters that visited Antarctica, I happen to know.
Exactly. Cool. Very cool. Now, this portion of the episode is the shout out portion. It gives you the opportunity to give a shout out to people that made your journey possible within Toastmasters. If you can give a shout out to anybody, anyone out there, who would I give a shout out to?
Well, one person, which unfortunately he is no longer with us, Bruce Trippett is a pastor national director.
Yes.
That was the person when I changed jobs way back when, from that original job where I first joined Toastmasters to the next Toastmaster club that I belonged to. It was his wife that was my first evaluator. He came and found me at my new job and made sure I found my way to the club I'm still a member of today. And he was the one that saw something in me in terms of me being a leader, and was the encourager and nudger for me to take the step to be club president, to be the area as governor back then, but area director, division director, district director, and he encouraged me to run for international director and encouraged me to make that application for region advisor. He was someone through him. As far as who's currently Toastmasters, Balra Jerusalem, who was past national president, he was the one that gave me that call that asked me to be a region advisor, to step in and fill in for someone who stepped down. I truly appreciate the fact that he did that for me. Lark Doley, who is the other international president that I served as region advisor, what a wonderful leader to witness from being on her team and the support and being able to see her since then. So many others, my fellow region advisors, past and present. I can really appreciate the amount of time and effort that goes into what they do. And right now, Roddy Spear was the one that gave me a call and asked me to be this group leader. What a surprise to look on my phone and see that she was calling me the international president. And it was an opportunity where she asked me to do it, and I said yes. And then I really realized what I said yes to, but I couldn't help but say yes to the international president. And if there's people that I didn't mention, it's just because there's too many to mention here. But those are the ones that come to mind right now.
And newsflash, the list that Mary has, if you take a list and take it from here in Las Vegas to where she is in Minnesota and do it 3 times over, that's how many people that she definitely would like to thank for making all this possible. And that is quite a list to go from here to Minnesota, back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. So that's quite a big list, Mary. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. And it definitely, I would need hours to list them all.
Oh my goodness. And I can imagine the Academy Award band going da 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 da. Like
there you go.
But again, it's a big list. That's truly amazing. It goes to show you it takes a village to help out Toastmasters, and we all help each other, and it's a wonderful team spirit in the organization. Now, one more question I do have for you, and this question is addressed to the people that watch this podcast. There are people that are fans that are called the happy people that enjoy every word of wisdom from my guests. And if you have one more wise words of wisdom for my crew, my fans, the happy people, what would that be?
If you have any time to spare, and chances are if they know Jesse, they're already involved. But if you have any time to spare, especially with what we're doing right now with the transition, there's a lot of help needed. If you're not already been tapped or asked to be involved, please volunteer. You know, Jesse said he's involved, I'm involved. And if you look out on the Toastmasters website, there's a way to find people to say, I'm willing. Please do. It will be a wonderful opportunity to really get to assist your fellow Toastmasters. And there may be some people you haven't met yet that you get a chance to meet as a result. This is really quite an undertaking, but one that, as I said earlier, that we're working very hard on. But we need a village of people to help us do what we're doing. And do we have everything figured out yet? No, we're figuring it out as we go. But please do volunteer to help out. And if you don't want to take on the transition, how about helping your local district? There's plenty that needs to be done there as well.
All right. And Mary, that is the perfect bookend to a wonderful episode of the Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III. On behalf of all the happy people that are out there watching this, I thank you for taking the time out to be on the Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Jesse.
All right. And this concludes this episode of the Sunday Morning Chat Series. For more information about PR Connections, go to prconnectionsradio.com. But wait, there's more. If you want to check out a plethora of podcasts, including this one, go on YouTube and type up PR Connections, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, comment, share, because there are a whole bunch of podcasts that are amazing on PR Connections. But wait, there's also more too. You can also go on YouTube and type up Sunday Morning Chat Series, and you can subscribe, like, comment on the past videos I've done. And I've done interviews from 2020, 2021, 2024, 2025, and right here, right now in 2026. You get a chance to hear all the plethora of positive people that are making big differences in the community. And stay tuned for our next episode, which will be this coming Sunday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here on YouTube on PR Connections or the Sunday Morning Chat Series YouTube page. On behalf of Mary and myself, this is Jessica III saying, until next time, happy people, you take care of yourselves and have a great day. Bye.
I hope you all enjoyed that edition of the Sunday Morning Chat Series with Jesse Oakley III. He is an outstanding representative of an organization that I have been a part of for many years, Toastmasters International. For anyone out there in the new year, I know that we are very goal conscious a lot. And when it comes to a new year, we're working towards accomplishing things. And I think being a part of an organization like Toastmasters International can greatly benefit anyone in business, in your personal life, and just to become a better communicator. So much of what we do in life is about communication. By being a member of Toastmasters International, you really are able to sharpen your communication skills. And I know that communication enables you to improve your relationships. And who doesn't want to improve their relationships? If you want to learn more about Toastmasters International, as was mentioned before, you can go to toastmasters.org. The next show that we're going to air is one that is near and dear to my heart. It is called The Business of Giving. And The Business of Giving is a show that was launched in affiliation with an organization that I'm also a part of called the Cause Marketing Chamber of Commerce. It is a podcast that is designed to showcase people who give back to the community, business owners and nonprofit organizations and causes. We have an amazing host named Anna Karenina, who does an outstanding job of interviewing people in these two, what I call pillars of the community, the for-profit and nonprofit sectors. So, yep, stay tuned now. We are going to air the Business of Giving podcast with AK, also known as Anna Karenina Kialoa. I have to make sure that I pronounce her name correctly. Enjoy the Business of Giving podcast.
PR Connections Radio presents this episode of the PR Connections podcast is brought to you by Classy Communications PR and Advertising. Classy Communications provides public relations and marketing solutions for businesses, professionals, and nonprofit organizations. They can deliver the true meaning of your business with press releases, social media marketing, web development, email marketing, book publishing, and much more. Wherever your potential clients are, they can help you connect with them. Visit classycommunications.net to learn more about their suite of services that can help your business stand out from the rest. Classy Communications is your solution for business success.
G'day, g'day, g'day. You're back with Anna Karenina K. Aloha. And I've got another great guest today. Her name is Lisa Griggs. And she knows everything there is to know about epilepsy, everything you didn't know about epilepsy. Thank you very much, Lisa, for coming on. G'day to you.
Oh, thank you so much, AK. Yes, I'm not a neurologist. I do know a lot about epilepsy, AK, because I lost my son last year to SUDEP, which is sudden death in epilepsy. And so I know enough about epilepsy to be able to contribute certainly to the community of epileptics. And I hope that's what we're going to be able to do today with your help.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we've got quite a lot of time to expand on everything that you know, and you know it from such a heartfelt place. I don't know how you deal with something like you've gone through. Your son, he passed at 18, right?
Yes, 18 years old. And,
are you there?
Was just...
Oops, I've lost her.
Yeah.
Hey, come back. I don't know if it's me or... There you go.
Yes. I lost him at 18 years old. And he was diagnosed when he was 14 with juvenile epilepsy. That's when he had his first seizure. Took him to the hospital, and then had a series of tests after that proved that he was susceptible to seizures. And then that's when he was diagnosed with juvenile epilepsy when he was 14.
So before 14, there was nothing there. He was just a regular kid, right?
He was an amazing kid. He was a prodigy drummer. I mean, he had been playing drums since he was 2 years old. He was up on stages, worship teams in church at 2 years old, playing congas and bongos, and just, seemed to be almost a Renaissance man. AK, I would tell him a lot, Judah, it's not my fault that you were born 3,000 years old and stuck in a child's body, because he seemed to really have a way about him that was the life of the party, was the light of the earth, and just the way that he loved people, the compassion and just empathy that flowed through him. It was truly beautiful, and was really like a Renaissance man to a degree.
And so how did you know? Did he have the seizure in front of you?
Yeah, so he would experience what they call grand mal seizures or tonic seizures, which is kind of the very stiff, rigid shaking, foaming of the mouth, biting the tongue, eyes rolling back, almost where if you would even try to touch him, it would, produce even more angst in his body and strength, in his body. So there was a very, specific way of even having to navigate, when he would have a seizure, to be able to keep him safe and then bring him back online, because a lot of people don't realize when they have seizures that they even had a seizure. You have to actually explain to them afterwards that they had a seizure.
So what happens in their brain? Is it just like it didn't happen? They just go from this second to the next second without that middle part showing up.
Very much so, AK. It's like neurologically, their brain actually misfires. So it shuts down and then it has to come back online again. So when that's happening, there's a lot of memories that are overlapping. There's a lot of, almost people will explain it as having a near-death experience 100 times over, because you're actually going through almost a death and then coming back online again. And sometimes people will have seizures and they will not come out of them. And that's basically what setup is.
Okay, so how did you deal with it? You must have been in shock when you first saw him have a seizure.
It's absolutely, your question probably gives me chills all over my body. Just speaking to any parent or any caretaker or sibling or loved one, spouse even, that is married to somebody or has a significant other that has epilepsy. You live with a quiet insecurity that you don't talk about a lot, but it's there in the background, that epileptic that you love may not be there that next morning, or may not be coming back online after that seizure. So there is a lot of insecurity that is felt, certainly around that, for those that love epileptics and are caretakers of them.
Okay. My next question is, how did you educate yourself about how to look after your son?
So a lot of it is just really, experiential. Words don't teach, and life experiences do. And I think we can take a lot from that just in everyday life. Neurologists don't have a lot of time to spend with patients because the medical system is so overloaded right now. And 1 out of every 26 Americans will develop epilepsy in their lifetime. The statistics are very, very high. 1 in 10 will have a seizure in their lifetime, even if it's a seizure related to something else, meaning they're not diagnosed as an epileptic, but they'll still have a seizure that's a byproduct of a medication or another chronic illness or some other kind of medical condition. So I think it's mostly trial and error of just learning the ways of the different types of seizures. And then, of course, just getting educated. But, really, AK, I didn't learn so much until after my son passed. That's when I started to learn more about diet, and I started to learn more about, even the fatty acid profile testing that I'm a huge advocate for. Even, have a Google, we hit Google News. I have a huge press release that's out in the public space around the importance of epileptics testing their fatty acid profile test so that they can figure out what their inflammation is in their body, in their brain, because our diets right now and our food supply is so loaded right now with omega-6, seed oils, and it's causing so much inflammation that's also, continuing this trend of inflammation in the brain and epilepsy and having more seizures.
Now, you say 1 in 26. Is this increased like autism has over the years? I mean, because 1 in 26, I mean, it's like you go out during the day, you're going to run into 26 people. So did it used to be something that 1 in thousands got, and now it's down to like a couple of fingers, right?
Yeah. So it's like it really is trending up. We've got 50 million people right now with epilepsy in the US, and we have more people with epilepsy than autism, Parkinson's, MS, and cerebral palsy combined. Okay.
Oh my
but
goodness.
we don't see it for what it is, because when we look at somebody with epilepsy, we don't even know they have epilepsy oftentimes. Right. I mean, a lot of times we'll talk about this on our podcast. The feed is that seizures are a one-time event. So a lot of times people will look at a seizure and they'll say, well, that's a one-time event, and then that's it. There's no epilepsy related to that. But they don't realize that people with epilepsy have mood swings, they have anxiety, they have depression. Once you have a seizure for that day, your day is shot. I mean, it's like you've ran a marathon. You have headaches, you have nausea, you can't drive. There's a lot of limiting factors that play into the independence of epilepsy. So I think it's just because people don't look at an epileptic and say, oh, this person is an epileptic. Like most people, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. Like if you walk into a restaurant or a bar, or you walk into like the gas station, or even like, a school, let's say, where there's all these young people and children, that there could even be young people around you that you don't even realize have epilepsy.
Now, once you've had a seizure with epilepsy, you can't drive anymore, right?
Oftentimes that is the case. And that was the biggest piece for my son, because when he turned, he was 14. So when he got confronted with the fact that he was being diagnosed with epilepsy, it hit him immediately. I mean, just the tears, coming down his face of just being confronted with the fact that he was not going to drive. He knew it. He knew he was not going to be able to drive, and that was going to be, playing a big part in his own freedom and independence. So my co-host, Alyssa, she actually was diagnosed with a very rare form of epilepsy, but later in life. So she actually was driving, and then she had her driver's license taken away from her. So yeah, it's a very real thing.
Yeah, and so if you're driving a truck, you're out of a job, right?
Yeah.
And it must be so hard for your son, because that's what all the kids look forward to is their first license, right? Getting in a car and having freedom. Now, with the epilepsy, do they get any bad health apart from that? I mean, are they open to more diseases, or is it just the seizures?
Yeah, so basically, what happened with Judah was he actually got a lung abscess. So when you have these, there's many different types of seizures. There's focal seizures, these grand mal, tonic-clonic, different types of seizures. And what happened was he had an lung abscess because he exasperated. So when he was foaming, it went back down into his lungs. And then that's what caused, we had him in the hospital for about 10 days. They weren't sure if he was going to be in there at first, when he first went in, AK, they said that they thought he was going to be in there for 6 weeks and that it could have been fatal at that time with the lung abscess. So yeah, there's a lot of different byproducts. Obviously also too, there's a trigger and an inhibitor between bipolar and having seizures. So there's a lot of neurological disorders that come along with the seizures.
So you went from having like the perfect family and the perfect son to chaos.
Very sharp. Yeah.
And you didn't know what was going to happen, not just the next day, but the next moment. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's so hard. Like there's some days like today, AK, I don't want to get emotional. Today was a hard day, for sure.
Don't stop me.
Yeah, today was a hard day. I think it comes in waves. Honestly, I almost canceled today's podcast, but I know that I just have to be strong in those moments because it's very cathartic and it's very healing for me to continue to talk about epilepsy because there's not a lot of advocacy around epilepsy. There's not a lot of research dollars that's spent in the epilepsy community. When you look at the statistics with regard to epilepsy, comparable to what is spent for Alzheimer's and dementia alone. I mean, we're talking about almost $4 billion a year spent in research for Alzheimer's and dementia. Yet that's 15 times more than epilepsy. Epilepsy gets about 200, and let's say 40 million a year in research dollars, but yet the community is only half the size of Alzheimer's and dementia. So there's not, when you're talking about the disparity, it's very unfair, to epileptics and their families, their caretakers, and those that love them. And we even see it with Parkinson's. Parkinson's is a community of 1 million people, but yet still gets more funding than epilepsy, which is 3 times the size of community comparable to Parkinson's. And there's just, I don't know why that is. I'm trying, AK, to get to the bottom of that because there's a lot of celebrities that actually you and I know that are household names that have epilepsy. Elton John. Wow. Prince, Susan Boyle, many know her from the UK, the singer from, I believe it was America's Got Talent. There's Cameron Boyce. He actually was a big Disney star that passed away of SUDEP, from a young age, child actor. So, we know that there's, I'm thinking of all the different ones, that have epilepsy. I mean, it's Lil Wayne, has epilepsy, has talked about it a lot. There's a lot of Flavor Flav, so there's a lot of celebrities, Catherine Zeta-Jones, that have epilepsy, but we just don't hear about it all the time.
It's very frustrating. I mean, I try really hard every day of my life to eat clean food, organic food, clean water, and it's just a struggle. And you're talking about seed oils and all the rest of it. People go to the supermarket and just fill their carts up, not ever looking at what's on the labels. And I spend a lot of time feeding myself to keep healthy. I got asthma, chronic asthma too. And all these decades, I mean, if it hadn't been for my mum, I would have been dead as a kid. But I've kept myself alive. I've been a triathlete. I've biked across America twice by bike, once from Canada to Mexico. I've still got lungs that a wheezy. Might even be able to hear it. That I breathe up here, but I take so much time and research and what I put in my mouth and the nutraceuticals I take for my health. And people need to start doing this. We need to knock on the door of government and say, stop it. All the chemtrails that are coming down that we're breathing, the whole thing's set up for our bad health. And I think that's my goal in life, is to teach people to be aware of what they can do for themselves instead of just chug-a-lugging down pills and potions and getting worse and worse for it. So tell me about your podcast, your new podcast.
Aw, thank you so much, AK. So the name of our new podcast is called The Feed, and it stands for Faces of Epilepsy Every Day. And as fate would have it, recently connected with a young gal named Alyssa Servito out of New Jersey, and was introduced to her because of the connection through epilepsy. And she was diagnosed with a rare form of epilepsy. And so she's my co-host. She's 25, and it's been amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. So to have her, and she's kind of a micro influencer. So, it's great to just have her being out there. It takes a lot of courage to talk about epilepsy and the struggles that we have with seizures and different things. And then the other great thing is that we have an incredible producer. His name is Michael Hall, and he's out of, kind of the middle of the States, and he's producing the show, and he's also an epileptic. So, and then you've got me, who lost a child to a setup in epilepsy, and I'm on the West Coast. So it's been a good matchup, and it's really a platform for epileptics to tell their story, and those that also love them, so that they can feel that they're heard, they're seen, and that they have a community that they belong to that can help them get their stories out.
And people that don't have epilepsy, like friends and family, they can come on too, can't they?
Exactly. Yeah. And then they can see themselves in those conversations, and I think that's also really, really cool, is that they get to see themselves in that conversation and say, oh my gosh, finally someone that's speaking my language. I've met my tribe of people that actually understand where I'm coming from and what I'm dealing with. Because a lot of times families do not understand how difficult it is. Because, the epilepsy community, I think they're not really the squeaky wheel. They're sort of the warriors, in a sense. And I love it, because even though they have this chronic condition and there's no cure for epilepsy, they're not out there, saying, woe is me. You never hear them really complaining or they're overcomers. They are true overcomers and fighters, and just very humble community. I love being associated with them. And so we're exciting about the podcast. We just had finished our first week this week. So we just had our third episode. Yesterday. So it's very exciting. Yeah.
And it's going all around the United States and overseas.
Yeah. United States, globally. We're on all platforms right now, social media, YouTube, Rumble, and then all getting ready to be on Spotify and all the other platforms for the podcast.
Oh, that is so exciting. Now, the next thing is to get you, when you say that it is incurable, see, all we have to do is put more money into the research and find out why, why are people getting it? And once you know the why, then you can fix it. That's where it needs to go. I mean, I know that I can't breathe, and I know what to do. I mean, bicycling across America, you got to know how to breathe, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you better.
Then you can work with everything. And yeah, it's a great idea that you came up with. How did you meet Mike?
Michael Hall, I met through just through Instagram, through Faces of Epilepsy. You know, we set up the brand Faces of Epilepsy, and we started going into all these groups on social media for epilepsy. And I just started making all these posts, AK, you know, about my story, my son's story. I interviewed his girlfriend, Haley, who also has epilepsy, who was able to get off of her medication strictly through diet and exercise, and advocated for herself as a young woman, 19 years old, put a stop to her seizures. I did an interview with her, just kept connecting. And as we kept promoting, you know, Faces of Epilepsy and the community on Twitter and Instagram, Michael Hall came across one of our posts and said, we'd love to connect with you about epilepsy and interview you for one of my podcasts. And so I went on one of his shows, and then, you know, I said to him, I said, you know, I think this could be a thing. I think that this could be a thing. And he agreed. And so did Alyssa. And he said, what do you think about doing a podcast called The Feed? And so we did. And here we are. Yeah.
And this is just the little start, the kernel. It's going to grow into this massive forest of information. The next thing you need to do is find all the politicians that have it and then get them looped in so that there's more money feeding into the research. It's all about the research, right?
Absolutely. And I think that's the next kind of phase of what we're moving into with Faces of Epilepsy. We're building up the community right now. We've got about 500 in our group on Facebook, and got quite a bit of following that we have on TikTok. We do a lot of videos on TikTok about seizure awareness, education for what to do when someone has a seizure. Don't run away. Stay there. Help them. Put them on their side. Protect their head. You know, be calm with them and walk them through the process of getting them back online so that they know where they're at. And then beyond that, it would be, you know, a petition through change.org to be able to get more research dollars, especially in the area of, you know, ride share programs and medications for epileptics. Also, it would be education at the school level for children on how to deal, you know, with this when the child next to them has a seizure. Because a lot of times children, you know, they're diagnosed very young, and it's very rampant in young people. So a lot of times someone will have a seizure, like my son, right? He had a seizure, and then we took him to the hospital, and then he was diagnosed with epilepsy. That's usually kind of the timeline of what happens.
Oh, there's so much. When you think about it, your mind just explodes, right? The whole idea of school too. And I know I've met people who have been around people who've had seizures, and they don't know what to do. They get scared out of their minds instead of just at least being there. If you can't do anything else, you know, just roll them on their side and be there.
Yes.
So we all need to be educated, and you're obviously the focal point of all that right now. You're it, Lisa. You and your group feed. It's going to be all up to you on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you're a wonderfully strong woman, and you've got the empowerment within you to help people. And I still don't understand how you got past your son. I mean, that really gets to me. And just to say it, I mean, it just affects my whole body, mind, spirit, and heart.
Yeah.
So the next thing is to get more money, huh?
Yeah. And I think too, AK, just to kind of speak into that with regard to Judah and why some days are harder than others is because Judah was such a lover. You know, he was a lover of people. And he loved me so much and so deeply. I always felt so loved by him. I knew that he always showed up with a lot of love. And I remember that, you know, it was, you know, it's kind of like moments of that, you know, my faith has carried me through a lot of that. You know, I'm a woman of faith. And if it wasn't for that, you know, I know that I wouldn't be able to be having the strength that I have. And I also have an incredible community around me of incredible, amazing women and men that love me very, very much. and have helped me to get through the grief, process of, and kind of turning that into advocacy. But a lot of that was Judah, because I would feel like a prompting in my spirit that, Mom, I'm not here, but there are still people here living with epilepsy. Help the living, help the living. Do something for the ones that are still alive.
And it looks like there's going to be more and more and more people by the numbers that you're talking about. With your podcast, how do people get onto it, for starters? And then is there a place there to find out where to give money?
Yeah, judaslegacy.com is where our GoFundMe is set up right now. So judaslegacy.com, anyone can go there and contribute. All of that money goes towards epileptics. It doesn't go to me. It doesn't go to, it all goes to epileptics. So guaranteed any dollar that comes in through judaslegacy.com will go to an epileptic, whether it's to test them for a fatty acid profile test, to get them on a high omega-3 with polyphenols, because that does play a big part in their diet. Or it's just to support them if they need a ride share, or they need an Uber, or they need something, it always goes towards epilepsy. And then as far as the feed, they can connect with me, Lisa Griggs, on Facebook. Faces of Epilepsy.me is our Facebook community. Faces of Epilepsy .com. We've got a great website there, and also anybody can go there to connect with me or connect with the podcast.
You've got a lot in front of you, lady. Huge task. And you have a group around you to help you, right? And that's growing. And are these people all connected to epilepsy, or have they just done it out of the goodness of their heart?
Yes. Nope. They're all either epileptics, or their parents that have lost children to epilepsy have a lot of that. I've connected with a lot of moms recently that have lost their sons or daughters to epilepsy. A lot of parents, for sure. And then, people that are epileptics or are spouses of epileptics. So yes, there's always somebody that has some sort of connection with epilepsy.
Wow. You better stay really healthy, because you've got a long life in front of you of getting this all organized.
Yes.
Thank you, Lisa, so much for giving us a little glimpse of such a huge problem.
Yeah.
And it's so hits the heart so much. And especially you to speak on behalf when you think of your son. It's crazy how you've gotten through it. And like you said, you've gotten through it by other people and your connection to
absolutely
the spirit world, whatever. I got to thank you, darling.
Yes.
You
and
so
you're
much.
one of those connections, AK. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping me get through this day, one day at a time.
Yes.
Present
Always.
in the moment. And I love you so much. I'm so grateful for this interview and this time today with you.
And I'm grateful for having you here. Okay. Aloha.
Aloha.
PR Connections Radio thanks you for watching this podcast. Check out more episodes of this show and our others at prconnectionsradio.com.
All right. Well, we are back with more of the prconnectionsradio.com New Year's Day Marathon. I hope you enjoyed that. Really a heart-wrenching interview on the Business of Giving podcast. And I really enjoyed hearing about the advocacy for epilepsy. And I had no idea that there were so many famous people out there who have epilepsy. It was a real eye-opener to hear Lisa answering all the different questions about a disease that a lot of people have. And so I hope you learned something about epilepsy that you didn't know through that broadcast of the Business of Giving. The marathon just keeps rolling on and on. The next podcaster that I'm going to bring on the air is another man that I have known for a long time. His name is James Pasutich, and he hosts a podcast called JP's Speaker Lounge. Welcome to the PR Connections Marathon. Actually, this is your first marathon, isn't it, James?
I believe so, yes. Or at least the last time I think was pre-recorded.
Right. Well, fantastic. First time being in person. Or how's your new year going, James?
Great so far. Thank you. How about you?
Wonderful. I've been here most of the time. So this has just been great to all the different podcasts that we've been able to bring on the air today. And you have a unique podcast in that it comes from I guess every podcast that's out there really is about education in one form or another, James. But for you have some very specific topics that you cover in your podcast related to the educational system. Maybe really quickly before I let you go on the air with your podcast, you could talk about some of the themes related to education that you cover.
Well, sure. I always like to cover various themes, various topics, and I try to keep a positive spin on education, because I believe everything comes back to education. As teachers, we try to give everyone a good foundation so that they can move on and become successful in their own fields and everything. But obviously, there's a lot of issues, a lot of problems with education that I like to cover, and my own philosophies of how we can better schools, how we can better education in particular. And that's something I always like to do. Like, there's always going to be challenges. There's always going to be things that keep changing. Again, with AI and everything, instead of avoiding it, you try to tackle it. And there's AI has been an issue, because when you teach writing, all of a sudden the kids go home and they do AI and try to write these great essays. You think, wait a minute, that's not it's meant as a tool. It's meant as a tool. So I try to cover a lot of issues, a lot of things about like classroom discipline, classroom climate, classroom control, or classroom climate, as well as just the culture, the culture of a classroom, and the importance of an education, the importance of a long time in these colleges and universities. It's for the most part, it's not education. It's more of an indoctrination, and that's something that's very troubling. And it's important to be able to be open to different ideas, and just open up the dialogue. And teachers make mistakes. We do, we make mistakes, but we learn from them, and I try to be a good role model. And that's really what it's about. It's to help education and help tackle these ideas and issues, and just make school a better place.
Yes, education being such an important part of all societies, James. Developing people, we start going to school at a very young age, and we spend a lot of years in the educational environment. It's just great to see someone bring this to our network, to help people get a better understanding of the journey of a teacher. And so I'm going to clear the stage and give you an opportunity to present JP's Teachers Lounge. See you soon, James.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining JP's Teachers Lounge, Season 1, Episode 9. And Happy New Year, everyone. 2026, the year of the sesquicentennial celebration. I think I said that correctly. Sesquicentennial celebration of our great nation. I expected to have a guest today, but he could not make it at the last minute. So what I decided to do was do a little review and possibly a little preview of things to come for JP's Teachers Lounge. The past year, I started the podcast back in June. I talked a little bit about the issues we have in education and some things to help make schools a better place, and then in turn make society a better place. And one of the things I talked about that really motivated me to start a podcast like this is to bring awareness to certain things and open up a dialogue where we can come together and talk about different issues and different challenges of education. One of them was I remember one of my old colleagues saying, who was actually, he was supposed to be the expected guest today, he couldn't make it. He talked about this probably about 20 years ago. We worked together. He said, teachers don't quit because of the money. They quit because of the working conditions. And if you think about it, why do people quit jobs? Why do people, well, not all the time, but sometimes people relocate, they retire, they for whatever health reasons or just personal reasons. That's not the most part, but one of the basic reasons is the people quit because of the working conditions. Now, when I was in the school district, I made decent money, but I was not happy. And I was not happy because of the working conditions, and the working conditions were not addressed, and they were never resolved. And we're always going to have issues. We're always going to have challenges. But one of the things, a perfect example, I was at a middle school back in 2016, and I was there for 2 years, but I was this was my first year there at this middle school. And it was the last period of the day before Christmas vacation or winter break, whatever you want to call it, the 2 weeks off of Christmas. The last period of the last day, I get called into the principal's office, basically saying, we don't like, I don't like how you're doing. I don't like how you're teaching. I don't like how your classes are going. And first of all, there's a certain time and place for things. That was not the time nor the place. And I had to sit there, or I had to stew in that for the past couple of weeks during holiday break. And that was my first year there. I decided to just gruel it out and go there another year, and then try to. By my second year, I had it, and I quit. I resigned. But then I realized I still want to teach. I still like teaching. Teaching is a big part of my life. I like working with students and expressing ideas, and just being involved in the thought process and have them create and discover new ideas and new philosophies, whether it's through a poem or story or speech or article, whatever. That's something I always enjoyed doing. And I just was not happy with the culture, with the climate and of that particular school. And I thought, life's too short. I want to be happy. So I resigned. And then eventually I found a good school where I was in. But the bottom line, or where I was comfortable, and the bottom line is, you're always going to have issues. You're always going to have challenges. And this was avoided. This was neglected. And whether the administration was just overwhelmed by things, it didn't work. And one of the reasons, first of all, I am an advocate for education. I really am. But when I talk about being a lifelong learner, does that necessarily mean that I always promote a 4-year college? Well, if yes, I do, but at the same time, if some people don't want to do it, that's certainly their right. But what's more important is to be a lifelong learner, and to keep learning, and to keep having an open mind about new ideas and everything, and to keep just keep learning, keep discovering. It has turned into a money factory for the most part, where the universities just collect money. And I mean, I'm making a generalization, yes, but and then there are always exceptions, but for the most part, that's and that's just wrong, and that needs to change. There needs to be accountability. I understand that an education is education's a right for people, and I understand that. I think at this point, when we talk about an education being a right, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should stick with the archaic model of a public school, meaning having one entity monopolizing the money and resources. I question it. I'm not saying I'm against it. I question it, and I want to question. I want others to question it as well. In my school, I'm at a Christian school, and we pray every day, but again, the students are not required to. We give the Pledge of Allegiance again, but the students are not forced to do that, and many of them don't. And I respect their right, and I'm glad that they can think for themselves, but are they really thinking for themselves? Or are they just being manipulated by the anti-American establishment about our nation? Again, we have problems, we have issues in the past, horrible injustices of the past. And again, being this year, being the sesquicentennial 250th celebration, we should still be proud to be American, but obviously being aware of the things that we need to improve, our improvements, and our faults that need to be improved. So when I look at students not saying the Pledge of Allegiance, part of me can't help but think, well, are they being indoctrinated into this anti-American sentiment? Maybe, maybe not. So again, I question things. I always question things, and we don't. People have said, "Oh, well, people don't like people question things." Why not? What do you have to hide? That's my thing. Do I know everything? Of course not. But something doesn't seem right to me, I question things. There's nothing wrong with that. And people get attacked for questioning things. Nope. That shouldn't be. You should be available. You should be willing and feel free to open your mouth and express what you want to express. So there's a lot of issues in education, a lot of challenges, and again, I think one of the things that has really changed is parents used to always believe in the teachers. Now parents tend to always believe in the students. Well, how about taking one issue at a time? Sometimes the teacher is in the wrong. Sometimes the student is in the wrong. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it just needs to be a matter of just adjusting something and allowing people to express themselves and think and come together and think and resolve the issues. So I feel very strongly about that. The other things I've talked about was classroom behavior. Now, it's more about, to me, it's more about not so much what the kids do, but it's their approach. And you see a lot of this online where people judge other people. Oh, this person's a horrible person. Oh, this person's did this or did that. Well, first of all, speaking as a teacher, and I made this mistake my first couple of years. I would say bad things about the student, or I would fish or uh, uh, vocally attack the student, or at least in a confrontational way, talk about their behavior. And then I realized, first of all, I should not be judging them. I should be judging their behavior, their decisions. You can judge someone's decisions, judge their behavior, judge their actions, but it's another thing to judge them as a person. And when I started separating that, that's when I think I became a more responsible, effective teacher, and not taking things personally. For example, how dare them feel bored when I'm giving my great lecture? Well, it may not be so great. And even if I improve and get better, there's still some people who are just not gonna, they're bored. They don't want to, it doesn't reach them. So do I attack them and feel insecure, or do I improve on myself? Well, I need to improve on myself. And even if I improve on myself and give a great lecture, great instruction, there's still going to be some students who are just not. It's not gonna reach them. And so, okay, so you just take it from there. Take one day at a time, and then next day try to improve, and just let the chips fall where they may, so to speak. But it's separating the behavior from the person. The person, I'm judging their behavior or their actions, their decisions, not them. Because then how can I judge the person and then expect them to improve or change when I'm already judging them as a person? It's ineffective. It's just not right. So it's the approach. As an example, I'll give kind of I don't know if it's the great analogy, but oftentimes as a teacher, I try to be funny. I like to be fun. I like to joke around, be fun. I'm not always funny. Probably 99% of the time, I'm not funny. Maybe 1%. But it's the approach. If Kevin Hart or some comedian came in my classroom and said the same thing, you would get laughter. Why? Because he has the approach. He has the delivery. He has the whole energy, the whole gestures and the voice of it, and not to mention his talent. So there's always that. And as teachers, sometimes we get a little offended. Oh, this person, they're not paying attention. Well, they're not paying attention. Instead, they're not paying attention because they're just not getting it. It's not grabbing them. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm a failure. It means perhaps in that moment I have failed to deliver, or I failed to give an effective instruction. And you could take that, you could take that personally. No, it's not that. Even though sometimes you can't help but take it personally, but instead just think about, okay, how could I improve? What did I do wrong? Or how could I improve and reach students more? Maybe you can't. And that's the thing. You're not going to please everybody. But it's when I started taking that approach, I noticed that my teaching was better. When you can handle 90%, when you could reduce the classroom behavior, that's like 80-90% of the workload. And that is when things really improve. when you take that approach, that, you know what, I'm not perfect. I'm just, even if I think, oh, this was so good, but look at from their perspective, from their point of view. And that's why it's really important when something happens to take a moment and think, okay, look at their point of view. You come in as a teacher and you're listening, they're listening to you, and you just, they've heard it before, or they just don't understand, or they just don't care. It's not connecting them. Then what do you expect? What do you expect is going to happen? So they act out. And if you act out, what they're doing is they're communicating. They're not, most of the time, I don't think they're purposely trying to be mean or being offensive, but they're communicating. And that's something where, again, we have to talk and listen. We don't listen to we're talking at each other many times. This is what I want all of you to, if you can, next time you have a conversation with a friend or anybody, count how many times they interrupt you. Well, maybe you might have some friends who don't interrupt you at all. That's great. Unfortunately, I have some friends, as soon as I'm talking to them, I'm not even done talking, they're talking already. Again, it's not really your fault, but it's something that just never was addressed. Because if you already start talking while the other person is talking, you're not listening. You are already ready to just respond instead of just listening. That's why I love Toastmasters. And yes, this is a kind of a cheap ploy to plug Toastmasters, but I've noticed that in Toastmasters, when you're you're in a meeting, nobody will interrupt you, at least for the most part. That's a good feeling. If you feel comfortable, you feel like, I've said something and people are going to listen. They may not agree, but at least they're listening. At least they're giving me a voice. So those are some of the things that I've covered. And again, it's about learning, keep having a good dialogue, and you get a good idea from somebody. You get a good idea from somebody, or another teacher or someone else, and then it's a great idea. Let's run with it, and let's see if it works. And if it doesn't, okay, well then let's tweak it a little bit. The same thing in business, when you're at work, in the work field. So those are some things that I've covered. Now, to preview for this coming year, I want to continue talking about these issues, and I want to continue talking about the whole thing about the Department of Education, and whether that's if that is dismantled, what's that going to mean? What's that going to look like? What are some things that we can improve in schools? And those are some things that I have right now, and I'm going to probably revisit some things in the past. But I want to wish everyone a happy New Year, a happy 2026, and thank you for tuning in to JP's Teachers Lounge, Season 1, Episode 9. Have a great day, everyone.
Hey, very well done, James. And what I really enjoyed about your talk was your alternative educational perspectives, where you talked about, our educational system's been around for a long time. And so it's kind of entrenched in the culture. But the things that you touched on about, sometimes you have to make adjustments to things, right? Something that works at one time in life doesn't necessarily work as well, because humans, culture, society is always evolving. So I loved hearing your perspectives on. There are great things I think that should be maintained in our traditional education system, but the fact that you could incorporate other things that might fit more in with the times that we're in. I really enjoyed hearing you touch on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important. It's important to keep an open mind, and it's important to, again, like I can't ignore AI. I can't ignore a lot of things that are happening in our society. So instead, confront it and work with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let everyone know, when can they tune in excuse me, to JP's Teachers Lounge?
The broadcast is the second and fourth Sunday afternoons at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
All right, so tune in and listen to James. And of course, as always, again, we got this QR code up here, and we have it here so that you will have easy access to our website, prconnectionsradio.com. If you'd like to listen to past podcasts that James has done, please go over to the website and you can binge watch JP's Teachers Lounge. And again, great information, James, and I wish you nothing but continued success. It seems like within your genre, the topics are limitless when it comes to education. So I'm looking forward to listening to you and watching you explore all these different elements of education in the future.
Thank you, sir. And I wish you well as well. And for happy 2026. Thank you.
Yeah, happy 2026. Keep educating them, James. It's so important.
Thank you.
All right, the marathon is moving along, and we're going to be having an intermission after our this podcast. However, my good friend Brian Gardner is going to be coming on to give it present We Have the Power, one of the original podcasts on our network. Brian, how are you?
Hey, doing good.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Nowadays, it seems like we connect primarily through these marathons.
Yeah, that's the time when we get a chance to talk. Yeah.
Yeah, so We Have the Power. Are you in season 5 maybe at this point?
Let me correct you, please.
Many
Hey, let me use my best New York accent. Hey, it's season 6. Could you get over it, please? Okay. I'm starting season 6.
Yeah, so again, as I mentioned before, Brian is one of the first, I believe, 5 podcasts that we had on this network. Right. And it's just, wow, time flies when you're having fun, right, Brian?
I can't believe it's 6 years.
And again, we appreciate your commitment to providing this content, Brian. I mean, the world changes a lot in 6 years. I mean, you've covered a lot of topics that were relevant at that time, and now we have all these new things that you're covering. Yeah, and it evolves and evolves, but your principles have been pretty solid, and I think that's why people enjoy your podcast so much.
Yeah, the whole purpose is to educate, motivate, activate, bring people up to the need for change and the demand for improvement so we see a bettering society. It's really, I believe that Democrats and Republicans can join me in a lot of things I talk about, where we want to be able to go get eggs and milk at 11 o'clock at night and not be harassed by somebody. We want to make sure our kids are getting educated properly so they can't be manipulated real easily by vested interests. These are things we can all agree to.
Right. From the very beginning, Brian, when we were, developing this show together, the perspectives that you shared about the commonalities, that always was really interesting to me because politically, obviously, we're in a very divided climate in this country. But your emphasis on stressing the commonalities, we're always going to differ on things. Human beings will always have differences of opinion. And again, James touched on that right before in his podcast. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that we have differences, but that doesn't mean that we can't work together to have a better world, right? Just because you don't agree with each other, what kind of world would this be if everyone agreed with everything that I said? It wouldn't be
Robot girl. Hi. Good morning, Guy. I
Hi.
think you are a good person. So am
Yeah.
I. Goodbye.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be Guy's way, right? No, it's not. It's not. I'm going to move myself off the stage so that it'll be Brian Gardner's way with We Have the Power. I'll see you soon, Brian.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, welcome to this special edition of We Have the Power as we do this marathon. I want to say first, thanks to the staff and to Guy for not only starting prconnectionsradio.com, but also having this marathon each year. And I look at that as a chance to tell you, the viewer, who are watching We Have the Power, to let you know what's coming in the next year. And you know, the purpose has been, I have it right on my wall, educate, motivate, activate, need for change. We get people up to the point where they go, yes, we need to change things. And we're starting demand of our public servants, I like to call them, even though they're elected, they are public servants, that we want to see improvement. So this has been the purpose of We Have the Power since its inception. But I'm going to roll up the sleeves now and get down to it, because in this next year, with so many things going to possibly change with the midterm elections coming up, we really need to realize absolutely how fragile the form of government we have is. You know, I want to say before I move forward that of all the, you know, when you see the Olympics, they say, oh, there's 149 countries or whatever it is. It's very interesting to me that we are the only country that wrote down documents stating specifically that we're not granting you these rights. These rights are yours because you are a living, sentient individual, sentient being. And that's why I believe that anywhere in this world, I don't care who the leader is, he cannot say, this is the religion we're going to have, and this is what you can say and what you can't say. He is in violation of people's rights at that moment if they have that viewpoint about saying, okay, I'm setting up this country, I'm going to determine the religion that gets practiced, I'm going to determine the, you know, what you can say and what you can't. And that is the case in China and places like that. They are in violation of people's inalienable rights, because you have those rights not because governments give them to you. It's because you have them, and you must remember that and how special this country is, and yet how fragile it is, because we get a bad leader and he brings in the military and decides to take over. We could lose those rights in an instant. That's why my show and other people that talk about this are important, not because we have big egos, it's because we know how important it is to maintain these rights. So in 2026, I'm going to try to have more guests on. Going to have guests from Applied Scholastics International, which our previous guests might be interested in accessing. They have a worldwide, very, very effective educational technology that they use. It's being used the world over. Students are understanding the materials better, remaining interested, and playing an important role, again, in making sure our young people are educated so that they are not easy to be manipulated by, you know, vested interests. So I'm going to have a guest from Applied Scholastics International on. Citizens Commission on Human Rights has been around since 1969. I've had two of their guests on already in previous years, and I want to have them back again. They are a patient rights advocacy group, and I notice kind of a current happening about, oh, people's mental health. You know, there's a big discussion about health care anyway, and they're saying people need more mental health care and all that. I'm telling you right now, if that means putting people in the hands of psychiatry, that is going to be bad for the country, the people who get put into those hands. And I'm going to do my best to have CCHR talk about the frailty, falsehoods, and hoaxes represented by modern psychiatry and how dangerous they really are. Specifically, I'm not saying every psychiatrist, but for the most part, they are extremely dangerous because they don't know how to fix people's mental problems. All they can do is fill a person full of drugs, and the guy goes, "Do you remember what was causing you to be depressed?" "No, I can hardly remember anything." You know, if you go to your mechanic and you say, "My car is unmanageable, it's making noise, can you put Gunko in the engine and just quiet it down? I need to drive every day to work." And the mechanic says, "Okay, I can put Gunko in your car, but when you tear it apart in 10,000 miles, you're not going to like what you see." "I don't care. I need it to be more manageable." Well, unfortunately, a lot of families do that to their own family members. "I need Uncle Harry to be more manageable." So they put him on these drugs, which have terrible side effects, destroys his mental ability, all because psychiatry doesn't know what causes mental problems. And I will be covering a book that you can get at the library. And you read this book, you make sure you look up words you don't understand while you're reading it. You will know more than a degreed psychiatrist. A very radical thing to say, but it's true. And you will have in your hands a handbook, which you could then work with a family member and do counseling back and forth, and in a shorter amount of time, get incredible gains in bettering their mental health. That will be covered in 2026 on We Have the Power. We're going to have also Truth About Drugs representative. I run an infomercial every time I do my show, and they have a wonderful series of books. The reason these books are so important is they don't say, don't use those drugs. You're like some adult that a kid is not going to listen to. What they do is they say, this is what will happen if you abuse alcohol, use marijuana, use LSD and all this. It tells you what will happen. Now, kids are very smart. You mean my mind is going to just, my brain is going to dry up and I won't be able to remember, all these different things. And the young people say, good, I don't want to use that. And that saves us from destroying our future generations because the drug dealers wanted to make profit. Now, the other thing people need to realize is people are smoking pot when they're driving. That's going to add more distractions when they're already using their phone, putting on makeup, doing whatever while they're driving when they shouldn't be. And also, we are going to see in probably 5 to 10 years, people, and they're seeing it already, but people starting to develop the same kind of illness in their lungs from smoking pot as they do from smoking cigarettes, because the smoke is bad for the lungs. It destroys your ability to breathe air and live. And we're going to start seeing that. So we're going to do a whole thing on how marijuana is not so, benign as people are making it out to be. There's another organization that I have not had on the show before, and I want to get them on. They're called Criminon. And they are an organization that Willie Benitez started after he read a book by L. Ron Hubbard. And Criminon is non-religious, but it's based on some of the research that Hubbard did, and they have been very successful in rehabilitating criminals who were written off. So I want to have some people from Criminon coming on. We're also going to be talking about politics because we do have the midterms coming up. We do have a president who's making major changes, I believe, helping the country to do better. And we'll be talking about that. Covered education, healthcare. Now, the environment is something else. Luckily, President Trump has not bought the hoax that human activity is causing the planet to warm, which is a complete whitewash lie. I started an organization called Advanced Technology Research to do two things: to bring out facts that show that the claims that have been made thus far on our environment are false and put forth by vested interests. Number two, to talk about fusion power. And I have a tagline that is perfect. Pardon me for saying so. It is the power source of tomorrow that we need today, because hydrogen is the number one element in this universe, this world, this planet, and that is what fusion runs on. And we need to get fusion developed as quickly as we can. Of course, the oil companies will try to say it's dangerous or bad or causes spots on your liver. Who knows what they're going to say? Because it would radicalize our power sources and kind of make oil and gas something not so in demand. But with fusion power, you see, a small African country could get a workable fusion reactor, set it up on their coastline, draw water in, have plenty of power, tell the banks, see you later, tell the oil companies, see you later, become independent from all vested interests. And boy, does that shake up the Rockefeller family, because they want to control the world. That's why fusion they've been going this fast with fusion, where they could have been going this fast. So I'm going to push that because we need that. And these countries have a right to be independent, and they have a right to use the water of the ocean and get free of the banks and get free of the oil companies, irrigate their crops, grow people, allow their people to grow and have food and live. It is only the evil people in this world that want to limit the population. They've talked openly that it would be better if the population in the world was 300 million. Do you understand that statement? There are 7 billion people in this world today. That would make Hitler, and I do not dismiss any of the horrible things he did, that would make Hitler look like an amateur. These people that want to bring the population down to that level are the most evil individuals ever in human history. And they need to be exposed and stopped. And fusion power needs to be brought on so they can not work out their psychotic, insane plans upon all of us. We're also going to be talking about personal freedom. Right now, it's horrible what they've done to our young people in colleges. Do you know they've done surveys and they've asked young people, if a speaker is going to talk and his talk might upset people, do you think he should be barred from talking? I think 30% said yes, he can't talk if he's going to upset people. That shows that people in college have been indoctrinated to the point where they no longer value our First Amendment rights of free speech. That is a horrible situation. And guess why Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Because he was only in his 30s and he was turning people away from the failed policies of the Democrats. And I'm talking not every policy, I'm talking the failed policies of the Democrats. He was turning young people at college away from them. If they would have let him continue till he was 60, that's 30 years. There would be nobody left to vote for failed Democratic policies anymore. So they had to get rid of him. What a horrible idea that they think they can just shoot whoever they want, who gets in their way. What a despicable, psychotic, insane bunch of people these are. They tried to kill Trump already. You know, they tried to kill him the day before the Republican convention. Can you imagine the wrench that would have thrown into the Republican convention? Luckily, he wasn't killed. But they tried because they think they have that right. Also going to cover the future of this country, our freedoms. You know, like this idea of getting everybody in an electric car. I'm sorry, I'm not in favor of. First of all, it's based on a hoax. We actually need more CO2 in the air with the coming ice age in the next couple of generations. But if everybody is on electric cars, then the government can say, oh, by the way, we can't really charge all the cars. It's not working. Our grid can't handle it. So let me look at my notes here. Only A through M can drive their cars this week. Sorry. You have to stay home. We're in complete control of your movement because everybody's on an electric car and the grid won't handle it. So we can dictate who drives. No. That's why I will never own an electric car. It gives potentially the government, these evil, psychotic, insane people, too much power over everything, which is what they want. Imagine them saying, you can't drive your car because the grid won't handle it. You know, well, I need eggs and milk and bread for my kids. Well, you're going to have to walk and and it's too far to walk to the grocery store. So, and it's winter and you're going to freeze to death while you come home with your eggs and bacon and whatever. No, we do not allow them to have that much power over us. Now, also, I'm a performing musician. We're going to be continuing our series of talking about what it's like to be the head of a band. What do you need to do as a performer? Do you go up in front of your audience and say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I hate this, I believe that, I do that, whatever, and you turn 50% of your audience off and they leave? And then the person who hired you goes, you're driving my customers out of my place because you're talking politics and religion as a musician? No. Come on, musicians. When you're interviewed on a radio program, that's one thing. When you are performing in front of the audience, no, I'm sorry, you don't get to talk politics unless you want to shoot yourself in the head and never get hired by that venue again and have 50% of the people upset. People come out of their home for entertainment, to be entertained, not to be preached to. Okay? The Dixie Chicks learned a hard lesson. They started criticizing, I think it was President Bush, they were criticizing heavily. Suddenly, here's the Dixie Chicks. They started criticizing the sitting president, and this is what happened to them. They were gone. Who knows where the Dixie Chicks are now? I think they're on, Mercury or something, or Jupiter somewhere. They're not on Earth, apparently, because we can't find them. So we're going to be talking about what it takes to be a performing musician. Do it right. If you're the head of the band, you have other duties. You have to work with 5 or 6 people and their different problems and their different viewpoints. How do you do that? And it's important that musicians know how to do that because we need more music in society. We're very polarized right now, and music can soften that. Doesn't mean we give up on our viewpoints, but it does mean that we can enjoy life because our musicians are not being political, sounding boards when we've come out to just hear music. If you're interviewed on a radio program, great, talk about it. If you want to go and support a particular candidate and you don't care what people think, that's fine too. But when you're performing, I would tell you right now, it's not a good idea to talk politics and religion. You don't know who's in your audience. Now, I guess if you play at a Republican or a Democratic event, then you could do that. But there's a danger there too. If you play at a Republican or Democratic event, are all your members of your band Republicans or Democrats? Maybe you're going to start upsetting members of your band. If you're all Democrats or Republicans, well, then what if people find out that you support Democratic or Republican candidates and they don't want to hire you for your place? That's a decision you have to make, but there is a liability to that. The top country western musician, female in this country right now, was asked on a radio program, well, what are your politics? Who do you support? She goes, I don't talk about it because I play to multitudes of audiences and I want them all to enjoy my music. So I don't talk about it. I keep that as something I feel should be kept private. Very smart gal. She's at the top of the heap. I forget her name, but country western person. And I'm sure you can Google her and find out who she is. And she keeps very neutral, but she's doing great in music because everybody loves her because she doesn't cause people to polarize in her audiences. They enjoy her music, and that's where it stops. So we'll be talking about that as well. We'll also be talking about situations that are beyond our own planet. Have people come here from other worlds? Do they have the technology to get the light years distance covered in a reasonable amount of time? And why are they coming here? Are they going to share technology with us that will assist us? Or will it be like Star Trek where they leave us alone until we've risen to a certain level? And that's just something to look at. Also, given that Trump started the Space Force, there is some, interest, there is some awareness that We're not just the only planet in endless space. You know, there we have our telescopes have been finding habitable worlds in that sweet spot, close, not too close to the sun, not too far away. And I think, you know, in the next 50 years, we're going to start having some communication with some of these worlds, even though it might take a while for the communication to get there. And so that's just something, as we broaden our viewpoint from just our little planet to who else do we interact with in this universe that we occupy. So these are the things I'm going to be covering, and you certainly can always suggest ideas or ask questions of me by contacting prconnectionsradio.com or bgardner2323 at yahoo.com. And I'm counting on you to use something that has dropped out of use in society. Let's get it back in there. Manners. When I give you my email, I don't expect to have stuff that's objectionable sent to me. I don't want to hear about the latest vacuum. I'm giving you that email so that you can suggest items to me or ask questions. So use it properly. Let's start respecting each other by putting manners back in. I have one final thing to say. If I put you in a room and I cause you to do this for 24 hours without any hand cream, your hands will probably be pretty dry and rough and stuff. Now, if I gave you hand cream, and then you did this, you could probably do it for 24 hours if you had as much hand cream as you wanted. And that's what manners are. They are the lubricant in human relations. If you don't use manners, it's kind of like this, right? Yeah, get out of my way, I'm first in line, or whatever crappy thing gets said. But if you use manners, it's like this. While you're driving, while you're interacting with another human, with your family member, with friends, with business associates, if manners got popular again, things would be way better and easier to do and to live and to accomplish in this world. So there we go. That's pretty much what we're going to be covering. I think Guy's going to join me in a minute here as a wrap up, because we want to keep these to 30 minutes because we have a lot of guests, a lot of hosts that are doing shows. So I wanted to make sure I ended a little early, but you know, it's I think right to state again, educate, motivate, activate, bring you up for a realization of a need for change, and then a demand for improvement. And that's how we're going to get results. That's really the only purpose of this show. It's not to make money, get advertisers, and I get a Ferrari and all that stuff. Nothing wrong with any of that, of course, but that's not the purpose of my podcast. The purpose is to make sure we never lose our freedoms, because once they're gone, I'm telling you, they're hard to get back. Because obviously the person's in power who got rid of them is not going to go, oh, you want your freedoms back? Oh, come on. They're not going to do that. So once we lose them, we could be in dangerous times. So let's not lose them. Let's spend some of our time making sure that we are taking actions, because we're all responsible for the condition of this country and this world. Sorry. Go to Mars if you don't agree. But while you're here, anybody who's here, whatever age they are, whatever condition they're in, as much as they can do, they are responsible for the condition that all of us are in and this world is in. And doing small things is okay. Doing bigger things is better. But we all need to contribute something. And that's the purpose of we have the power to make sure those freedoms never go away. They are important. They are ours. We have them not because governments grant them, because they are our freedoms as a living, breathing, intelligent being. Okay? All right. So I'm pretty much wrapped up for today, and I'm asking Guy to join me again. There he is.
All right. Well, as usual, Brian, we appreciate your insight and wisdom, and really looking forward to some of these themes in your 6th season that you are going to be addressing. Again, the feedback that we get about your show, right? It's just It's just always really interesting, the perspectives that people, when they hear the things that you have to say, it creates the dialogue. Yeah. And again, from the very beginning, when Brian and I had this conversation about him bringing the show to the network, I having known him before we started working on this project together, I knew he was going to bring the fire. So keep bringing the fire, Brian. We appreciate you.
Yeah, but you know what? In that fire that I bring, everybody gets some benefit from that warmth.
Absolutely. And that's been a big part of your mentality all the time that I've known you. So again, yeah, we love the good vibes and looking forward to what we're going to hear. You never know what you're going to hear from Brian Gardner on We Have the Power.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I would love to be in this village. Let's use Africa, because that country has had a lot of ravages and wars and stuff, and starving and all kinds of problems. I would love to force one of the Rockefellers to come with me and sit down in one of those villages. And before he got there, I talked him into donating $14 trillion to improve the toilet systems, improve the water, make it livable, whatever. And I would get very emotional watching this little African-American kid walk up to Rockefeller and grab his hand and say, "Thank you, sir. I'm alive because of what you've done." Now, I know how evil some of these Rockefellers are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to believe, being a positive person, that his heart would change from this to this under that kid saying that to him.
Yeah, I would love to be there. In the humanity of your fellow inhabitants of this planet.
Yeah. I would love to be there and watch that change, you know. Yeah. It gets me teary-eyed talking about it, you know.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to more great broadcasts throughout 2026, Brian. Again, your show is one of the anchors of this network, and your messages are definitely resonating with a big audience.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right. Well, thanks again for stopping by, Brian. And we are going to head to a short break, and we're going to come back with the second half of this marathon. I hope you have been enjoying all the different podcasts that we've been airing on our network today. We have, as we come back, we're going to have Evelyn's Roundtable. We have Dana Does Voices, our COO of our company. Doesn't often come out and do a podcast, but she always does an amazing job when she does. So looking forward to Dana Does Voices. And also one of the newer podcasts on the network, Liberating Menopause, which is also getting a lot of exposure and a lot of attention, with Lisa Vasquez, will be a part of the second half. And of course, Vegas Hockey Hub with Ian Rakelli, another one of the anchor shows on the network, will be also showcased in the second half of this marathon. So give me about 10 minutes and I will be back. Go continue to watch us on your social media platforms, YouTube, LinkedIn, or Twitch, or Facebook. And come back and see us. We have a lot more great education and entertainment to provide you. See you soon.
PR Connections Radio thanks you for watching this podcast. Check out more episodes of this show and our others at prconnectionsradio.com.